Hello, I'm back. I can delete that for 10 seconds. I forgot to hook up my microphone. Been a little discombobulated. This is the working title of my dad's book. I'm writing for him. So anyway, that's a link to Substack. You can click over here. It'll go to my main Substack, and this is actually the article. So you click there, and I believe it goes right to my article with no compromises or whatever. Yeah. It says Vic Kangas, no compromises, the intro, get with the program, of the words of Vic Kangas, that's Dad. And that's how it starts out. And it's a working title, Vic Kangas, no compromises. And it tells all about some racing history. Some photos of the family from our album. This was winning the 1992 Busch Grand National Championship that was taken at Hickory. My youngest sister, my mom, and my dad were actually there to share in the festivities. But anyway, just a quick rundown. Why don't I read it? What the hell, why not, right? I am going to hook it up. Up here it will have an arrow where you can just have it play an AI voice. But anyway, get with the program, of the words of Vic Kangas. That's Dad. This is the biography of Charles Victor Kangas, and I'm the daughter of a chassis man. I will tell you about Dad's race cars. I will erroneously refer to the cars Dad works on as our cars. His car, his team, our team. Well, you get the point. Truth is, there were many car owners and drivers along the way. Some of the early race cars were truly owned by Dad, but as it is nowadays, most teams are owned by a money guy, and Dad was not the money guy. Mechanics then made cars go fast for the thrill of winning, for a few bucks, for advice, and race day help. In fact, Dad made more than most back then, a couple $100 for showing up or something, but most mechanics didn't even get paid. Dad would work on some great race cars, and as a family, we were lucky to tag along. We got to witness Dad's winning career as a champion chassis man. Dad's team won the Nascar Busch Grand National Season Points Championship in 1992 with Nemco Motorsports. A young Joe Nemechek would win the title by just 3 points in a most competitive NASCAR BGN Xfinity season to date. And that was a picture of winning at Hickory. And then, if I could change anything, I would have wished Dad would have been more visible or something. But while the reporters were flocking to Victory Lane and the crowds were still cheering, Dad would be bent over taking tire readings, temperatures, stagger, and air pressures for every race, every time for his notes. After every time, actually, they were on the track. He is not a fan of burnouts and all that lost data. Dad is so damn good at making race cars go fast, he only sought the respect of his peers, not the cameras. I love the chassis side of racing most, the physics of gravity, centrifugal force, downforce, and ground force, and the functional design of chassis geometry. Dad taught me about this stuff at a young age. Simple, basic chassis stuff was the key to a fast race car. Science does not change, after all. I love the chassis side. Let me see. I would not change my childhood for anything. It was awesome. I am Tonja Kangas, the oldest daughter of Vic and Sandy. Sandra Sergula Kangas, Dad and Mom. And my little sisters, Cindy and Justine, and I are the Kangases. And that's our family. Mom and the chassis man were married March 4th, 1961, and are still married today. We all reside within an hour of each other in the Daytona area of Florida. Dad is in his 80s plus and still dabbles in the sport of auto racing, building custom shocks and such. And if you go on my line, on my YouTube, I got some of this shock dyno stuff. This was taken about when I was 5 years old. I remember the home and everything. I was a pretty bright kid. Anyway, okay, it's time to get with the program and put some serious pen to paper. Time to sort out the scribblings of random future stories on scattered pages. I have reviewed countless hours of Dad's old races on the internet, and I asked questions, researched old race records. I talked to Dad about dates and teams and tracks and drivers. These recollections from Dad and me are as close to the truth as we can remember. I've always loved racing, and I was rarely left behind with Grammy Allen because I remember screaming out the window and frustrating my dear grandparents, to be honest, because I only knew they were going to the races without me. Get with the program, out to lunch, and swatting flies were phrases used to describe the car setup. If you're out to lunch, you had better get with the program or your driver will be swatting flies. Translate to, we missed the setup, better fix it or the driver will be swatting flies, which meant wrestling the wheel, aiming the car, not driving the car. There were also various hand signals to relay this information between the driver and chassis guy. The hand signals for loose and tight and overwedged is all a language known by the true racers. We all wanted to build that rocket ship, right? Tonja Kangas, daughter of a chassis man. All right. And then it gets into the beginning of the book and the intro. And if you want, like I said, read more on Substack. But right now I'm going to throw up, let's see, we're going to look here. We're going to get this off of here. That's my Substack. I was looking at this. This come up. Penalty report from Hickory Motor Speedway on August 3rd. This is to do with the Cars Tour. The Z-Max Cars Tour is presented by Sound Gear. His issue, Z-Max, Sound Gear, Throwback, Baba, Hickory. All right, we know you sponsor it. For actions detrimental to the automobile racing and the Cars Tour under Section 671 of the rulebook, Talon Pelfrey will receive a one-race suspension for leaving the assigned pit area and entering a competitor's pit with the intent of harming a driver or damaging a car's electrical system. Are you kidding me? Are you really doing this, guys? Really? I don't know Talon, and I don't know Matt. But stay in your lane. It's a race. If you're not having fun, don't do it. That's just my opinion. I mean, life's too friggin' short. What's this one say? Wade Cannon will also receive a 3-race suspension for shoving an official. And dudes, so we got 3 people on suspension for incidences August 16th. 29th and 13th, they won't be able to run. And find money. That's the best way. Isn't that the best way to keep racing safe and wonderful and everything? My God. If things weren't so frustrating, people may not do shit like that. I mean, I don't know. Racing's tough. Back in the day, we had groomsmen, or we had the PR guys, they were called, that kept everybody away from your driver. Your driver should be kept in a bubble. Hey, gamer. Keep your driver in a bubble for about 10 minutes. They're running on adrenaline. It's worse than a drug. They're going to say and do stuff that's detrimental to the sport. End up paying all this money. Racing is so expensive. So many people want to do it. Even Smokey Unick said when he was asked about, and back in the day, the big driver was Tony Stewart coming up. What are your feelings about Tony Stewart? They asked Smokey Unick. And he said, he's a great driver. But for every driver, there's 99 that never get the chance. So if you're in a race car and you're pulling this kind of stuff in the infield, I don't think that's fun. That's not fun. We raced for fun and for trophies and for $100. I scored cars for $150. I worked a full-time job on the weekdays. I worked 3 jobs at a time. Then I get old, and screw you. That's a whole other story. But anyway, we're going to go to Richmond Guys, if you gotta race like that, it's not fun. And even in the sims, y'all know how much sim racing costs. It's not cheap. Buying all your yearly subscriptions, your cars, your tracks. Just when you get them all, they change the cars and the tracks. You don't think that's planned? You don't think this is money, money, money? But we gotta love it. It's for the fun of it, and you spend your money where you love. So if you got your butt in a sim, you got your butt in a late model car, you got your butt in a damn street stock or Crown Vic, be lucky. Because I am so tired of hearing crying from these big time race drivers. And if there's that much pressure to wipe up the guy in front of you to win a race, are you wanting to be part of that? I'm just saying. My rant is over. Let's go to Richmond. And we're going to run the Busch car first. And then we'll do cut. Are we hearing anything?
California. In the spring of 1997, Roger Penske
entered their where is my sound?
Sadler, Stevie Reeves, and all the way back to row 4, Shane Hall.
Try again. Oh, I'm going to get so dinged for copyright on this. This stinking stuff. It'll be muted on my YouTube, but yeah, I've had quite a day. Yeah. Either way, if it is like you reckon it's your fault or it's not your, my goodness, it's like, it's got to be fun. You got to stand up for yourself now. You got to have them sharp elbows, because some guys out here are kind of mean. But yeah, it's like they're race cars. They're gonna wreck. There's a huge amount of safety involved, a huge amount of innovation. We did our best to make them go fast without compromising safety. And nowadays I worry, foam in there, setting fire, and all the crap y'all are breathing in real life. I really worry. Oh gosh, that's Kenny Irwin. Oh my. We've lost so many. I fell asleep. I know he raced Moon Car last night, and I know he raced some road. I fell asleep for about 24 hours. Honestly, I just got tired. But he didn't tell me anything yet, but I'll ask him. He woke up to me cussing out a vendor, okay? When someone jerks $20 out of my account without warning, I get a little pissed. And she kept trying to sell me a lifeline device. I'm like, woman, shut up a minute. As I didn't say shut up, I said, please stop. So I'm a little wound up. I just chewed out Microsoft. Like as if they give a rat's ass about some lonely little bullshit person in a camper. But anyway, yeah. All I did anyway to resolve that was take every bit of credit cards off all of my Google everything, because they decided to start running through all my old credit cards to see what they could grab. Spun you out 3 times. But new tracks have not been very kind to the kid from Connecticut. Did he give you a push? I much rather differences be handed on the track, not in a way that your car is a weapon, but where you can outsmart somebody with your race car. Because that'll bother people worse than you just punting them if you punt them out of the way or something. Oh boy, look at Randy. Randy crashed his car at Richmond. This is Richmond.
So the crew pulled off the Darlington winner, took the engine out of the wrecked car, and sent Randy LaJoie to the qualifying line. His next lap on the track got him the 18th starting spot. But that's old news, because today, if Randy LaJoie can pick up 114 points on Todd Bodine, he clinches his second consecutive series championship. Yeah. Randy, I know you'd like the win, but it
helps to have buddies in.
Absolutely right. Not only for myself,
in
my
your
family,
race.
Base Motorsports and Fana,
But,
The best display I saw of a dirty driving handled by a veteran was the modified race, the Monaco modified race a couple weeks ago at Stafford, when Ryan Preece punted Jake Johnson just a little. Boom, boom, boom. About like that. You keep hitting someone like that, they get the freaking point.
When 1997 started, Steve Parker.
Oh, wow. Well, yeah, I mean, there's sometimes you got to do that. You know, the modifieds traveled together, and they, how do I say, they traveled together, so they needed to get along, but they were also fierce competitors, so they, if anybody got dirty, like, we usually would have, I hate to say it, the New York drivers or something would come up to Stafford and try to show their ass, and if they were faster, good, but if they weren't and they try to do dirty, the modified drivers would straighten them out right away, and kind of the way Preece did with Jake Johnson. I love Jake Johnson because he won at my home track up there in Monadnock in 2 years ago in the modified tour. So, and he won in Old Blue, which is a car my dad worked on. It's up in the banner up in the top right hand corner. Old Blue, when Dad had Ronnie Bouchard run it in, I think it was mid 80s. But anyway, you don't wall somebody, okay? Preece is known to run that outside line at Stafford. He always has, always will, and Jake decided to wall him, and
aerodynamics, something you see at Daytona and Talladega, you'll see that today at California Speedway.
Preece beat the crap out of his front bumper on his rear ass bumper. All during the caution. What we call slapped him around a little bit. But usually the modified drivers had enough respect. They didn't have to do that. But I don't think you'll see Jake try to wall Preece again anytime soon. So, you punted him under caution, so no one would get involved. That's fun. That's what Preece did. He didn't put him to the end, but only because a caution didn't come out. A caution came out, I mean, for another reason. So Jake Johnson's lucky he got a freebie that race. The caution was already out when Preece decided to say, oh, hell no. That chrome horn was developed for a reason. You can't fender rub in modified.
114 points to walk away as a second consecutive title in Busch Series. Here's how it works.
Remember all this, if this happens, if that happens. Oh my God, that drove me crazy. But that's not a storyline. It's not. They did that now with the stupid point system they got now. Hey, we get it. We got the stage breaks and gonna get stage points and make all these fake stories because the reporters are lazy.
In 7 years, they are the manufacturer's champ in Busch Grand National.
Yeah. Oh, he's seen you. Boop. Hey, you gotta have sharp elbows and you gotta have people respect you. You know, they're gonna push you around. They did that to Chris for about 2 years. They pushed him around, and finally he gained their respect. As long as you're a clean driver and they know you can draft with them without wrecking, you can push without wrecking. They can push you. You make good, decisions and make sure you're clear. That Kleenex car my dad will work with the following year. After this, actually, this is near the mid to end of the season for Cup and Busch. This is Busch at Richmond. Now, I might have already played some of this.
Hollywood stuntman and stunt coordinator Stanton Barrett driving for Meredith Brewart. Only his fifth start in 1997.
I wonder if Stanton Barrett's doing some of the race stuff for the new Days of Thunder movie, or did. I don't know what point they're at in filming or anything.
In row 6, we'll find Dale Earnhardt Jr., his third Super
Dale Earnhardt Jr. in a Busch race here.
Back in row 7,
third race. This is Dale's first year, I think, 97. His first race was 97.
In row 8 this afternoon, Mike
Myrtle Beach.
Here of late, and Buckshot Jones. Few Winston Cup races in his future in 1998. In row 9, Michael Waltrip, the veteran Winston Cup driver, and Randy LaJoie trying to clinch that championship.
All right, they're about to go green soon. One more lap.
Best start ever, and Elton Sawyer, a veteran of the Busch Series.
Okay, back in row 11, Hermie Sadler, 1993 Rookie of the Year, yet to win in this season. Kevin Swans beside him, the former World Grand Prix motorcycle champion. Row 12, Mike Magic Shoes McLaughlin, a two-time winner in 97, and Chris Diamond, former late model stock car champion at Hickory Motor Speedway. Back in row 13, there's Joe Bessie. He'll go up to the back of the field. His power team, Chevrolet, had to go to a backup car. We heard that earlier. And Blaze Alexander, his first ever Busch Series start, former Rookie of the Year in ARCA. Then back in row 14, there is Ed Barrier in the car number 77, and Todd Bodine. He's the young man who's going to try to hang on and possibly catch LaJoie for the title. And back in row 15, current Winston Cup champion Terry Labonte makes his 14th Busch Grand National start in 1997. And beside him, Phil Parsons, who currently sits 4th overall in the point standings at Channel Lock Chevrolet.
In row 16 this afternoon, on the inside is Mark Green, one of the 3 Green brothers, and Robert Presley on the outside. In row 17, Jason Keller and Scott Lagacy. As Jerry said, a lot of troubles this weekend. And row 18, Tracy Leslie, Dennis Setzer on the outside. In row 19, Rusty Wallace. Bought a car from Mark Martin to come to Roger Penske's California Speedway. Lyndon Amy. In row 20 this evening, Jeff Fuller and Loy Allen driving the 48 car.
And back in row 21, final row starters, Peter Gibbons, the only Canadian in the field from Stouffville, Ontario, and the car number 0, Johnny Chapman, the 1991 Goodies.
Okay, I'm back.
Now, we talked about crashes and some of the backup situations. Let's check in the pit.
I didn't see if Kenny Wallace was in this race or not. If he was,
within the first 15 laps to help out Joe Bessie, right?
yeah, I'm glad you are. You know a lot of people.
Crashed in practice yesterday morning. He was unconscious for a few minutes, he said, and the plan was I was going to start and run the whole race, and then about 5 minutes before the race today, Joe said, boy, I want to start it. I feel
Chris
okay. And
woke up
NASCAR
to me, like I said, screaming at a vendor.
I was supposed to be home this morning.
I
told me there, and unfortunately I'm not.
got up this morning, went out and mailed a package, and I had to go down near the ocean to do that, 2 blocks from the beach. So I walked my puppy at the beach,
Randy LaJoie goes for his second
and
straight
it was a
race
nice
at
beach
the
there. It was really rough waves, a lot of undertow.
And his team go for their 3rd. 2 years ago, they won with Johnny Benson. Last year with LaJoie.
But we had fun, and I come back home, and
is an acronym
I'm all
of
happy-go-lucky and going to,
of each of his child's
hey, I need one of those for the racetrack. I've never seen anyone smoking on pit road. We usually wore patches
With that, Todd admits that
if we were smokers.
championship would require a miracle. It probably won't happen. What Todd wants is a win. They have not won this season. He does not
Yeah.
want to be shut out in his final season of Busch Series racing.
Awesome.
He moves the Winston Cup next year. He wants to take that team to victory lane before this year is over.
It's fun. I love racing, all forms, and that's why I really took to the iRacing platform as well, because
There's Mike McLaughlin, the
people
gold
talk
cup
your
leader. He
language.
starts in 23rd spot. There is Hermie Sadler, DeWalt Chevrolet. Interesting story about that car. He starts 21st.
I know that 97 can get kind of boring, but I haven't actually seen these races, even though I was here at Richmond, because I had to score the 7 car in the Cup Series.
Under sunny skies in Southern California.
The way the garages are set up at a lot of tracks too, the Busch cars are on one side of the garage and the Cup cars are on the other, and they usually got a fence in between, and you got to pass through. Like, I can go into the Busch garage, but the Busch garage doesn't come in the Cup garage. Like, we don't crisscross much because we all had our job to do on race day. All right, the green is finally out. I'm going to snooze a couple of these ads when I can now that the race started. Once the racing is going on, I snooze the ads as much as I can. And then I run them when something's cleaning up a track. So I hope you all have a good weekend. Got Blanky. Like I said, I went swimming in the ocean this morning with the puppy.
Trying to work his way towards the front.
The 94 car.
Outside the New Holland car, it's Bill Elliott's car, and
Okay.
LaJoy will be able to get by. Here comes Buckshot Jones, Elton Sawyer.
New Holland is Elliott.
Jeff Krogh, the blue and white car behind.
All right, LaJoy currently being shown on 18th spot. Started back
Jeff Krogh.
on the outside.
That was good qualifying for them.
In a backup car. It's the same car he used at
The lower dollar
the
teams
spring had trouble.
would invest everything they have to make these races. God, I wouldn't do that though. There was not a single one of those three that had enough experience to handle that. I mean, no offense, but
The draft is it's such a big part of what goes on here, and especially with these push cars with the 9-to-1 compression. They don't have the motor that the Winston Cup cars have to push them to the wind. So draft is critical.
The 89 car, the black car, was Stanton Barrett. As Jerry talked about, the stunt coordinator and Hollywood stunt man, Mike McLaughlin, 34 car, tries to get through the field. That's Ed Barrier in the middle, the three abreast trying to follow McLaughlin. Blaze Alexander on the inside.
Blaze Alexander, we lost him too. He was a Pennsylvania driver. I knew that because my fourth husband was really into him because he was from Pennsylvania. Yes, there'd been 5. I learned my lesson. I'm a slow learner.
That's Terry Labonte, the car number 5. It's in front of Rusty. There's the 5 of Labonte. Jason Keller, the Slim Jim machine. Rusty's car number 2.
Right there, Davison. The quarterfinal looks like someone hit Jason Keller already. Got the Winston Cup regulars. Rusty Wallace, Terry Labonte. Steve Park still leading the race.
Forgot to make it bigger. I'm sorry.
Elliott Sadler, that's the top 3.
I'm telling you, I was pretty spun out an hour ago.
I was talking to some of the guys that worked on
I
this
said,
car this week.
screw this. I'm going to put it on the TV. I'm going live. I'm going to yell. And then I saw that Cars thing. I'm like, why? This is racing. It's like the best thing in the whole world. Oh, thank you. Yeah, you did. You did that awesome. You can continue to do anything you want in my channel. I figured out how to put the sounds on, though. I did that. I copied and pasted from the other scene that was correct, and I still have. I don't understand the concepts of streaming. Like I knew all that about office stuff.
Truck race, which we run here, the No Fear Challenge, the high grooves seem to be the way to go.
My dad got to work on that channel lock car when Steve Grissom drove it.
These guys are running right on the bottom of the racetrack.
That Royal Oak car is Mike McLaughlin. His son Max races dirt now. Max McLaughlin. I think he was on a podcast that Huffman Racing Radio did.
Chevrolet, the Royal Oak sponsorship on the car number 34.
And 34's crew chief is Clyde McLeod. His wife's name is Anne Marie. I only know that because they were friends with Mom and Dad. Steve Park, I watched his dad race, Bob Park.
13th Busch Series racing has led this year. He has already clinched the Rookie of the Year award.
I'm watching grandchildren of people I watched race now.
So we are in the early laps. 150 laps completed in Clark, Labonte, Stadler, Fedor, and Matt Kempson in the top 5.
Mike Dillon is Ty and Austin's dad. My son worked on that Mike Dillon car a little bit in high school. This is like, what is this, 30 years ago? 97, almost 30 years ago. 28 years ago.
Jeff Krogh right in the middle, Ed Barrier on the inside, and the 34 car McLaughlin. They go in 3 abreast, and all of a sudden...
Oh, somebody needed to, like, lift. I don't...
And McLaughlin, and around McLaughlin, I don't think he hit anything. Well, wait a minute. I might have spoken too soon. No, I don't think McLaughlin hit anything.
Why? That's another... Ugh.
But as you saw, they just run out of room. It's not that anybody came up on anybody or anybody went down on anybody. They just absolutely ran out of room on the racetrack.
And there was, see, Mark Green is the guy that made some pretty heavy contact with the left rear. The 89
Yeah,
car
sometimes
Stan Berry
I
went
have a
between
lot of
McLaughlin
people
and the outside
watching it,
tail
sometimes
and
not.
brushed
But I
the
don't-
wall with the right side of his car.
I don't monetize
This is the
it
black
to
car
me
right there
because
on the
I'm
outside. See
disabled,
where it goes between
but
McLaughlin and the wall?
I
He's gonna hit the
monetize it
wall.
for my son and
Yes, he
stuff
did.
like that.
See the black
So
mark on the wall there.
I just help them
All
out.
right, McLaughlin's in the pits. and
So
Bill
when I
Weber
do
is there.
this,
Bill?
And Mike has
whenever we grab out the $50, it helps him buy another car or something.
But all he wants his crew to do is
It's
to
not a
pull
get
that
rich
metal
quick
away,
scheme.
give him 4 tires, and please
I
tighten
just
this
do it
car up.
because I like
Get
to
to
talk about
1
racing.
round of wedge,
And I
1
think it's
pound
really
in the
important
right
that people
front.
know
Now
the
they're gonna pull
history
sheet
that
metal away from
we
the left
really,
front
really
tire.
tried
Plenty
hard.
of time here, a 2-mile track, field under caution. We'll top the tire
And we
top the
really
fuel tank off with Unical
invested
gasoline.
almost
You
all
only
of our
get 3
time
sets
into
of
making
tires
things
under
safe
caution. So McLaughlin
above
now
all,
chooses one of those
and
3
then
sets.
fast.
We'll have 2 remaining. 10 laps are complete. Mike
Right now, I
McLaughlin
don't
sits on
know.
pit road. The crew going to pull the sheet metal away.
If I was younger, I'd go work for NASCAR engineering, but sometimes I don't even know if
You know, Gary Cogswell, Mike McLaughlin's crew chief,
my
was on the
experience
fly
would or
there.
would not help. I just know how simple a race car can be, and I believe that nowadays the next gen especially is very complicated. I mean, they could take the bottom undercarriage panel on the race car and make a drone out of it. I mean, and they wonder why it's going to fly.
It couldn't have been much worse than
When it
him.
flips over, you look at it, it looks like a jet plane. Of course it's going to fly. Just silly, stupid stuff I see that just makes me nuts after seeing my dad work since the day I was born on building race cars.
Of the NASCAR Busch Grand National Series Kenwood 300.
So I get a little
Here
bit,
under caution, which came out on lap
bit-
number 10 because
bit
Right along with Mike McLaughlin.
testy about this kit car they sell. They really should have just stuck with IROC if they wanted them all the same, in my opinion. But
Okay, third gear, let's go.
I liked it back in the day when you could build these cars here,
Come down the racetrack.
you know, the Busch cars or the Cup cars, and then the old Cup cars became the ARCA cars, and it was like recycling new.
And I said it was Stan Berry in the
I
89
don't-
car. In fact, was
There's
Kevin
just so many
Swanson
things
88
wrong with the way they do stuff now that I'm too tired and too old to care.
you know, Kyle,
As
that's
long
only
as
the
it's fun,
second ever
I
Busch Series
stick
start.
with
Pretty
that.
gutsy
Just
move
make
for
it
the guy to
fun.
go up high and miss that.
You know, it's a great move, and he's fortunate that it's a
Oh,
brand new
Richmond.
racetrack.
Ugh.
It's a type of racetrack, and now you've seen guys
You
who
carry
come
so much
too. I mean,
speed.
they're
You
throwing
think
both
that
things.
those
But
turns,
he's fortunate it's a brand new
because they
racetrack
are
this
so,
day during the
you have
truck
so many
race.
G's
A lot
with
of
that
guys right
bank.
up there. Not real dirty, still real tacky asphalt because it's a new place, and you can stick up
You
there.
also
That's
notice there's
incredible.
no
It's just
team
extreme.
names on the back of the uniforms because they were teams, not individuals, and that was a big controversy when they started putting their names on the back of the uniforms like football players.
That is, Mike Wallace did a whale of a job yesterday in the No Fear Challenge in the truck.
Bessie's coming out. He must be
And
sick.
Joe Bessie has climbed out. They see Joe Bessie there kneeling by the car, helping Mike Wallace get situated. Joe Bessie, that huge impact yesterday, involved a trip to the hospital, an MRI. They allowed him to start the race, but certainly didn't want him running 150 laps here after the impact he took yesterday. Let's check in their pits. Marty?
Yeah, now there we go. One thing a driver hates to do is come out of the car, but you got your wish. You needed an early yellow, and you got it.
Yeah, I feel bad for the guys. Guys look like they got tore up pretty bad down there in that wreck. Feel bad for that, but it worked out good for us. And I really got to thank Mike Helton and all these Busch officials and the Speedway officials here and the Speedway doctor for making some compromising decisions decision to let me start this car today, and it meant a lot to me as a team, and meant a lot to the team. And I just want to thank everybody, and hopefully Mike will take this Power Team Chevrolet to the front.
Well, Mike's on the lead lap instead of being a lap down. He's got a long way to go. He's in 37th, but he finished second yesterday in the truck
That's
race.
cool.
All right,
I know
Joe,
that he really likes.
And Carl Simmons continuing to hold the caution flag in front of the Busch National Field. We'll come back with a drop of the
Wow,
lead.
faster in the rain. I know he likes the Mustang, and I know that it's an underdog. But that's the challenge, you know, and he likes to set up on that. I think it's good for Ford. That's his deal. I was brought up Chevy, GM, because of Dad, Pontiac GM. My first cars were Camaros and stuff, so Novas and such. But I did own a Ford Maverick once.
In the corner. Shane Hall driving up on the outside of the Brickle. Glenn Allen, the black car on the inside.
My dad had stuff to do with that 72. You see Chris runs that paint scheme sometimes because he got to work on that car the year prior through the winter. They set up the shop through the winter, the Detroit gasket. I think Childress got my dad to help his grandson set up a shop right, and when it came to running the races and stuff, there just was zero communication that was helpful on any side. So sometimes it don't work. Sometimes it just don't work.
You come back across the racetrack, keep it up there, Buckshot the field going by, and he turns back up the racetrack. And now radio communications are the least of his worries. The Aqua Fresh Tagamet Pontiac of Buckshot, he may use some of that product on the rear panel there, Tagamet, as he tags the wall in a big way.
Well, that stinks. Try to skip a little bit ahead because these Busch races are short.
See if we can see what happened to Buckshot going into turn one.
There we see him going down the corner.
Okay, here we go. We're finally almost back to break. Points as of now. Doesn't matter for us, does it? We need this, the field summary.
Parsons has not been lower than fourth all year long. In fact, he was in third for quite a bit of the year.
It's coming.
Just 1 point apart there in fourth and fifth.
I'm going to go off the camera, I think, in a second and blow my nose.
And right now we have 38 cars on the lead lap. There's the top 15. Earnhardt Jr. back in 15th. 16 through 30. There's LaJoy.
That's cool.
Bill Parsons is working his way up.
Main thing is least saw on the wheel and smooth in, smooth out, which usually is easy in, hard out.
On the lead lap.
Keep your rhythm. One entrance and exit affects the next corner's entrance and exit. When you get off on one, it will throw you off on a couple. You know, and it's just consistency of knowing how to get yourself back on track if you miss an apex or something. I noticed the ones that were real fast really sling the car out wide, in wide, like real smooth. They just keep that momentum. I just remember hearing the little bits of IMSA being, you know, easy in, hard out, synchronizing your gears. Gearing's important to keep your momentum, your RPMs. That's why they do the little bit of the heel-toe stuff, keep the revs up.
On Sunday, NASCAR today will start it off in the Napa 500 at 1240 East.
Boy, oh boy.
Post-race reaction.
Hampton, Virginia.
Those who came so very close on NASCAR today, following the race from Atlanta Motor Speedway.
November 16th. This race here doesn't say what date it was.
Being towed back to the garage area. Buckshot, if you just joined us, Buckshot is okay.
Wow, there is no nose left. Look at that. Nothing left.
The cars will be coming down to green flag. This is something you don't see too much.
Okay, we're going to go green. They talked about it long enough.
Yesterday, I guess, he qualified way back and drove it all the way to the front to finish 7th race. So he's got a little experience on this.
Here's Geoff Trogue. See the tape on the left front of his car after contact on the inside of Tracy Leslie. Presley in the 62, the Lysol Pontiac. Dennis Setzer, the Lance car, directly in front.
Actually, that's a Lysol Chevrolet, Billy. The third week they've run the Chevrolet.
Yeah. That's not much over like the entire distance of the track for sure.
100 Specialties machine, the Mike Laughlin car. How can you get a run off the corner and use the bank to get a shot?
You can use the run and you get the draft. And that was a good example of the draft. You saw how those guys were too wide. He got a run at him, swept down to the inside, but he swept so far when the wind hit him, it stopped him.
I do know that Geoff's driving style is to let the rabbits go. He liked to keep a lot of room around, girth around his car until the end of the race when it mattered.
Back racing with these guys. Now let's go back to the front and see how Bobby Labonte is doing now as he tries to chase down Steve Park. Now Labonte is
I'll be in the chat a minute. I'm going to jump off camera and go grab another drink.
Yesterday, you're in the truck race.
Got to get my OBS up here and put my little cover. I put my cover on. But yeah, it's pouring rain now. I was at the ocean this morning. Came home quick, took a quick shower, put my hair up, said I'm going to go online.
He had gained more spots than anyone else in the early laps here today. Started back in.
I was here at Richmond, so I'll be looking for me in the pits when they go through the pits. See if I was lurking. Usually I'll be at the gate where they go in and out, like you come out of, like where can I'm going to look mainly for me. I would be, now that's Richmond, so I would be, wow, I'd be like, okay, now when you see, I'd be somewhere on pit road, like right at the entrance of pit road, if I'm not with a car. Otherwise, I'd be in their pit, but I would mostly be watching, like, there's no pit stall in a few spots, and that's where I would watch usually. Because I like to sit there with my stopwatch and time the cars. Anyway, I'll be right back. I gotta grab a few drinks, and I'm here in the chat.
James Finch's car following.
And believe it or not, Phil Parsons has come all the way from 30th position, and he has almost caught this group. In fact, he has caught this group. There's Phil flashing by, right in front of Dick Trickle's Duralube Chevy.
Down on the inside. We'll lose some momentum. Phil Parsons will try it on the outside. And he will get that run, get the momentum off the corner. And he's got drafting help with Elton Sawyer, the 38 car in front. Dick Trickle behind. And Reynolds Joy dives down to the inside, tries to go by LeMay. He'll do that.
And that's Todd Bodine right behind him. Those are the two principals of 74 and 36 that are battling for the Busch Series title. LaJoy is the point leader, 246 points separated when it came in today. And the yellow car, the Stanley Pontiac, right there, the back car, or next to final car in that line, that is Todd Bodine.
Works here. Those guys were racing along out there. They got 2 and 3 wide. Everybody caught up with each other. Everybody switched positions. They got back in line. Now nobody's going anywhere. They're just riding there.
Go on! Why not?
One of the drivers told me this morning, Kyle, that in the draft that you had to ride on the brake to your left foot to keep from running into the guy in front of you, that the draft before the car that easily.
And I can believe that because that's basically what you do at Daytona and Talladega with a restrictor plate. You don't ever want to get out of the gas because it takes all the acceleration away from the motor.
How about a beer?
With less compression, obviously you have less acceleration. If you just bind it up with the brake just a little bit, just enough to slow down, you never have to close the butterflies in the carburetor. You can keep the carburetor wide open the whole time, pump off when it goes.
All right, you see Elliott Sadler back in third. There's the front two, Steve Park and Bobby Labonte, about a car length and a half separating those two. Those 3 car lengths back to Elliott Sadler as we check in his pits with Bill Weber.
And Elliott Sadler having another good run early here at California, although it's not quite as good as it looks. Elliott has reported to his crew he is tight off and even tighter coming off of 4. They talked about pitting during that last caution to try and adjust the car, but they could not give up that track position. So Elliott hanging onto the lead track with a car that is
Chris said he's watching truck qualifying. It was on earlier today,
Single file there up front. They are not back in the pack.
No, they're
but I
not
can
back in the
tricky
pack.
do this.
Phil
Tricky
Parsons
do
didn't get by
this.
Elton Sawyer down in 1 and 2. Dick Trickle tried. They're meanwhile side by side as LaJoy tries to push him by.
Guys,
That's
if
LaJoy
you click
Sr.
on
on the
NASCAR,
outside.
is this. You can watch on CW, watch on USA, watch on this, blah, blah, blah. But I'd rather do this. Go to results. And it gets the Iowa recap. You go to standings. You go to something else. Driver points. News. If they were live under Craftsman Trucks. Time overtakes Bell to win the truck pole at the Glen. There's that.
LaJoy just needs to get that
Results
bottom
for the
group
weight
working for him, but he
race
just
weekend.
can't get the momentum he needs coming off the corner. Those guys on the outside have the momentum.
Oh, this
The
little
tires get slicker.
stuff to
The
read.
groove becomes the groove. And those guys
More.
do have momentum. This is great.
Now they're pushing and shoving.
NASCAR Regionals. When I click on Patrick Emmerling honors Geoff Bodine with a victory at Thompson. I want to watch that. Thompson ran the Wheeling Mods Wednesday. So anyway, I thought I could see what the results and the standings are, but they aren't showing me. Entry list.
They are in 20th and 21st position. That's Mike Wallace subbing for Joe Besting in the 6th car. The power team
Usually if I'm grabbing it live, it'll say live. You can click on it.
Right along with Terry. As he follows
And
Rusty
results
Ross by the
usually will
circle,
have
he's
it.
taking another lap.
Craftsman Truck results.
100 years of headaches.
That's
They are
just
asked for
race
the 100th
winner,
anniversary sponsorship
timeline,
on the
qualifying.
NASCAR camera. Take a look at Terry Labonte. He didn't want to talk about this, but he wanted to talk about his son, Justin.
Okay, there's the cup
What a great
practice.
job he's done on the short tracks of the
That
Carolinas.
doesn't
At Ace Speedway in Concord.
Makes sense.
With
23
wins
seconds,
already in
that's
the
the
age
wrong
of 16.
speedway. That's got to be Iowa. Or any IRP. Okay. Full NASCAR replays on demand. Why do they not have the race results?
Smooth as he can be. He is legend, the drop of the green
Just
flag.
showing
Steve
our-
Clark, our leader.
Have to wait till tomorrow or later today.
Top 5.
And they run the truck race. Alright, there we go. Back to here. They gave me a commercial because I did that, didn't they?
The Firestone FT70C.
No, it's the old
with
commercial.
Unity Ultimate
Unity.
Tire Technology.
Ultimate
built
Tire.
to stop in the
Been very impressive. He didn't come on the Busch Tour until the 10th race of the year at Nashville, Tennessee. Qualified 4th, had a chance to finish the top 5, had a problem late, and finished 11th. But Benny Parsons, a lot of Winston Cup owners are awfully high on this young man.
Yeah, Jack Roush is awfully high on this young man. We know that Jack Roush has 5 teams. We can probably do more with him than most anyone. But and look, we can see that he is, in fact, getting closer and closer to the leaders. There is the 5th place car, Mike Dillon. And folks, I said it at the top of the show, and the last month or 6 weeks, this car, Mike Dillon, has been a car to be reckoned with.
My uncle has since passed, but back in the 90s, he did a painting of that car for a Michigan Detroit gasket race program, which I might have the photograph of it.
From 30th all the way to 6th spot, just off of there, he's still coming.
An awfully good race car. This is the same car he used at Charlotte. I think it was a brand new car at Dover. Both those times he ran well, was not able to finish. And Michael Walker, Glenn Allen behind. Michael currently in 7th in the Band-Aid Ford.
Might be a bit to find
Michael
it.
has plans next year to run his own car for about 17 or
Took a
18
photo
races
of it
in
at my
Band-Aid.
sister's. She has it on her wall. Framed thing of it.
There's Glenn Allen, last
Framed
of the year.
print.
Luxair Chevrolet, owned by Bill Papke. Shane Hall in the car number 85. Pole Center at South Boston.
looking for a few of our
Going away as a sponsor, may come back as an associate. They're looking for a sponsor for 1998.
little souvenirs.
And there's Dick Trickle. I told you 8 days from today, he will turn 56 years of age. Duraloop Chevrolet driver for Dennis Shoemaker. And Kyle, he has run all but 2 Winston Cup races and all but 2 Busch Series races in 1997 at the young age of 55.
I'm just sitting here thinking, you could take about 3 of those drivers that we went through in the top 10 and add them all together, and they don't reach 56 years old. So it's amazing that Trickle's out here running these guys.
Brandon LaJoy all by himself. Now, this is the position that Brandon LaJoy would love to stay in, although he'd like for it to be about first or second. He is running in 11th spot. He'd love to stay in that spot where there's no cars around him, not concerned about being involved in someone else's problems.
And he'd also like to stay there because this guy right here is in 13th. That's talking about Todd Bodine, who's the guy chasing the points. Not to be able to keep him in front. That's the car number 36, the Stanley Pontiac. That's the yellow and black numeral, car number 36. As you mentioned, the car number 4 in front of them, that's the James Finchon machine that Kevin LePage is driving. Kevin's first start in this car, and they're due to make some decisions for next year as to who will drive the car. And Kevin's got a good shot at possibly getting that ride for 1999.
I found the photo I wanted to show y'all. This is the actual, I think it's a print of the painting my uncle did, my dad's brother, for the Detroit Gasket 200 program. But like I said, this is a framed print that's at my sister's house, right there, of the Detroit Gasket car. So that was back from the 90s. See, it says Saturday, August 7th, 1996. So this was the Busch program from 96 at Michigan. So that's an interesting side note about our fam. We're artists too.
Monday coming your way 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time on ESPN, hosted by Mike Tirico. He and the guys will review all of Sunday's action and preview Monday night's game, which is coming up later on ABC.
Kick the tires and light the
Thank you for the follow, Max.
Join Al, Frank, and Dan as the Buffalo Bills take on the Colts at Indianapolis. That is Monday night, ABC.
I'm not in the marketing for marketing. We're just old school and retired, but I appreciate it.
Our leader back at California Speedway. We are approaching the 50-lap mark, a third of the way through this 300.
This done turnip's been drained dry, dear. I appreciate it all.
And the 7 car, Dale Earnhardt Jr. The 7 car
all people who do marketing. I appreciate it very much, and I'm all for entrepreneurship, but I'm just tapped out. This lemon got no more juice, buddy, but I appreciate you following and being around and doing stuff for Twitch.
Motorcycle champion, making only his second ever Busch Series start. He started 9th in Charlotte, finished 29th. He's driving the car number 88.
Free enterprise.
For David Ridley. Got to run the entire 1998 season.
But if I asked you a question about do you enjoy motorsports, what would you say and why?
On Steve Park.
What a great run. Robbie Reiser was concerned about this 17 car this morning because they said they had a vibration, could not find it. This morning they changed engine, transmission, gears because they didn't have a clue what the problem was. To say they must have fixed it.
Whatever combination of engine and gears and everything else they got, they have definitely fixed it because this thing is on a rail. And it's making time up off the corner and down the straightaway. So, I mean, to run down that pack that was basically running in a draft and run him down all by himself, he's running great.
And another car that needs a sponsor in 1998. A lot of guys, a lot of cars, a lot of teams need sponsorship for 1998 to continue. The 17 of Robbie Reiser is one of those cars.
Elliott Sadler having just gone by his brother Hermie Sadler, who's obviously having some problems with the DeWalt Chevrolet. Hermie had set on the pole up in Michigan. His car not up to speed, but Matt Kenseth, the car number 17, as you said, Benny, they are looking for sponsors in 1998 for that all-Wisconsin team. They're riding along with Hermie Sadler, the DeWalt in-car camera. You see those cars flash by. well from that viewpoint there. When you have a problem, they just move by you and move right away.
The loneliest place under a green flag is to be on pit road while they're still out there running. The second loneliest place is to be down a valve or something happen to them and be out there riding around, because they'll come up on you, and even though they're only running 10 or 15 miles an hour faster, it seems like they're running 100 miles an hour faster when they lap.
And that 17 car, I'm told by some of our observers that he's almost a half second a lap faster than Bobby Labonte as he closed in on second spot. Meanwhile, back to Elton Sawyer, Ed Berry in 77, Tim Fiedler in 33, and Kevin LePage in 4.
And Benny, that's 13, 14, 15, and 16 you're looking at there is Elton Sawyer. Driving the Suttons and Aiken Barbasol Ford leads that group side by side. Fido up and Ed Barrier. Jimmy Means, the crew chief and team manager on that car number 77. Kevin LePage back in the car number 4.
I'm excited about next season, 98, because that'll be with that 33, and they are going to do so well. They're going to win 2 races.
For James Finch.
The question is who will be the driver.
They said Kevin LePage is certainly in their top 2.
In fact, one of the most recent videos I saw of an interview with Tim, and he actually mentioned Dad, and that was cool. And also, he said one of his favorite years was 98, and stuff for fun anyway. And I'm glad to hear it, because bass was always fun. If you hear the old stories about Birdie and Toucan and Bill Bumgarner, most of it's true. It's pretty funny. We always had fun. That's what I'm trying to say is racing, for some reason, I see these drivers get out of the cars and their faces all crunched up and angry and sad. There was nothing in the world like being right here and doing this stuff. I'm telling you, I was so grateful to witness the growth of motorsports from the 60s to now. This was the glory days, no doubt. Mid-90s to 2000, definitely the glory days. So much innovation. We lost so many too, and that's the price we had to pay for learning. But I really fear for our drivers with what they got going on right now. They got very, very fast rocket ships designed to fly rather than stay stuck to the track, and that's uncomfortable to me. Being a kid of a chassis guy, I saw how to make a car safe, and all of our basic rules in the back of our minds about safety, just I don't see it now, and it's scary. But then again, they've had some wild flips and people are still walking, so boy oh boy, you know, boy oh boy, that's all I can say. I do need to show you some of the home photos and stuff again sometime soon, just to do a recap. I haven't organized them well, is why. I do plan on putting on like a screen, like a slideshow or something someday. But I gotta divide them into the right time frames.
Meanwhile, other cars making pit stops. Dick Trickle, the Duraloop Chevrolet, comes down pit road slowly. What did you say, 65 miles per hour? 55. He was in 5th position.
Is that
As he brings that car down to the Dennis Shoemaker crew, Bob Labonte, Terry's dad, will be waiting for the Alka-Seltzer Aspen.
Tracks like this, they ran 2 cars.
The 57 cars. We check in with Bill Weber again.
And now Dick Trickle is on pit road as several teams climbing up on the wall. Trickle getting right side tires, the fuel going in. Some teams taking just 2 tires, as we've seen. Matt Kenseth, who was in behind Bobby Labonte, also only took 2 right side tires. 2 right sides for Trickle, waiting on the fuel. That's valuable time they could use to change the left side, but they won't do it. 24.8 seconds. Steve Parksley's on the wall, waiting for Park to bring his AC Delco Chevrolet Monte Carlo all the way down pit road. Park wanted to stay out a little bit longer than Labonte to get himself a little better fuel window. Now he dodges the traffic as Labonte rolls by and Park pulls to a stop, and his pit slides to a stop right on the mark.
That's Fina right there in front. Birdie probably isn't over the wall. He's probably going to hand a tire. A lot of times the crew chiefs didn't go over the wall. There's Birdie right there. Oh boy. Now he's over the wall. Oy vey. Not cool for the point leader. Oh, no, that's not Birdie. I'm sorry. That's the 3. I don't know where I lost sight of the Fina car. They switched cameras and fooled me.
They are going to make a 4-tire change. And to bring you up to date on Elliott Sadler, we were listening in on the frequencies. I'm not real comfortable.
Yeah, the guy that owns that car might have something to do with Meineke too, because of the red and green shirt behind it.
Here's a cue for a 2-tire change.
I'm not exactly sure owner-wise, but I know when Grissom was there, Dad was helping on the 41 also. That was 95.
Jack Ross crew doing a great job.
2 years prior.
But boy, what a costly pit stop for our pole sitter. As the 72 car being shown as our leader, he has not stopped yet. That is Mike Dillon. But what a costly pit stop for Steve Park. There's a look at Dillon's Detroit Gasket. Ron Parker on the machine. He has yet to come in. Expecting him on the pit road momentarily because they're getting very, very close to their field window. And indeed, he slows down and Matt Kenseth goes by. 61 of 150 laps are complete. And Mike Dillon being shown as our leader, but he is headed to pit road. Back with 4 in NASCAR's top team. That's NASCAR Online. www.nascar.com.
Mike Dillon, and they're the 36th car of Todd Bodine. That, folks, is in fact our leader. I assume he is not stopped, made a pit stop, so he's a circle around this racetrack, and he is the leader of the race. If it was in Winston Cup Series, he'd be gaining bonus points, but here in the NASCAR Busch Series, there are no bonus points.
You know what Clyde McLeod told me? I thought he was joking on Thursday in the garage. He's the crew chief, by the way, for that Stanley Pontiac. You see the leading race, Todd Bodine. Because, you know, if we make it 75...
Oh, okay. He's with that car, not the Rollo car. That's weird.
They'll be climbing all over you and that fuel cell and that race over like something crazy. Marty, how far are they going to go?
I think one of our biggest problems in racing back when we were racing is it was all hands on deck. Like, Dad worked on the car, and of course that was his job and everything, but you know, like my son would go to the shop and help. He wasn't making nothing for doing that. He just was doing it because that's what we did. All hands on deck when you run a race team. Like when we would go help the guys at New Smyrna, we would help the guys up in at Volusia. I'd always walk around, you know, as they're working on things and they throw a rag on the ground and you know, or you know, pop rivet in something, I'd go around and pick up all the little metal things and, you know, just keep an eye on, like, just anything, what heat they're in, when they're going out, go and listen at the driver's meeting so you know what's going on. Mom would bring food, what else? Someone says, hey, grab this wrench, you grab it. I mean, everybody was all hands on deck. And nowadays, it's not really that way. It's, you know, we were still living old school, all hands on deck, helping with hospitality, helping give out hero cards. I mean, all the things we did just to be helpful. Nowadays, it's very different. It's not a family thing anymore, unfortunately. You got people that come in from other sports that are all beefed up physiques to be able to do the pit stops faster, and they might get run over on pit road because they don't know a damn thing about racing, but they can sling a tire. You know what I'm saying? Things are so different. And that's why I kind of get discouraged with the top 3, you know, meaning truck, Busch, or Xfinity and Cup. I get discouraged because it was our whole world, and it was, like I said, a family affair, all hands on deck. Everybody was included. It was a different time. Now everything's so corporate and money and image, and
Well, lap 68 will make it 69. This
we had to worry about the most about image was not wear a Nike logo if you're sponsored by Adidas, or don't wear a Ray-Ban if you have OPI glasses, or Oakley, or you know what I'm saying. We had simple problems. Nowadays, I don't know what they're trying to do to our sport, but that's why I love the short tracks. Support your local short track racer, because those you can count on for at least consistency. But mostly the drivers got to really, really appreciate the seat they're sitting in. I know that people pay for rides nowadays. Sure, a nice big chunk of money will buy you a ride, but it won't buy you a career. And a career comes from passion and the true desire to take machinery and make it go down 2 drag strips and turn around real fast, about 180 times, right? So I don't know if my old school looking at racing is what really counts. I don't know. I just know that it was all hands on deck, it was a family affair, and it was fun. And if they can incorporate that, and we had characters too. I mean, you had the Intimidator, and you had the Wonder Boy, and the Rainbow Warriors, and the Over the Wall gang, and we're all the Over the Hill gang now. Yeah, just for real, like, it's got to be fun. It's got to be fun.
Gotten even tougher. A moment ago, that car spinning up in turn 4, and the crew now going to work to change right side tires. And they have worked awfully hard to put this car back together after a wheel broke. A right front wheel broke yesterday and late in practice and in turn 3, and they had to totally reassemble this car overnight. And for them to even make it in the starting field, Benny, is quite a chore.
Really is. Looks like the pit crew was not expecting him to come to pits, obviously not expecting him to spin. On the right side is going on. They'll have to go around and change the left side because we can see him trying to get the car up off the ground. The tires are flat.
That's Gary Grossenbacher, the crew chief there on the left side of the car, talking to the driver and the headset on. Now there's Phil Parsons.
Teams like that, to me, matter so much back then. You know, they have a little garage, and everyone in the neighborhood is over there every night till midnight helping, and
right as the caution came out,
you come to the track and okay, they had wheel problems because of inexperience
there is a pit road speed
or whatever, but just to be a part of the show,
penalize you, stop and go. It's under caution. You're going to have to go to the back.
like, was
it's not going to kill you, but if you did get a lap down, then that really hurts.
it was so great because, like, okay, I don't know where the hometown was, but everyone in their hometown is going to be watching that local boy, and then you might have some new NASCAR fans, you know, and
making sure that everything is cleaned up from the spin.
there was just all those types of things back then. The sponsors, they had to work their way up to bigger teams, and
47 and 88, they had pitted, as Kyle mentioned, these guys had actually pitted earlier during one of the cautions.
but honestly, overall, it was fun. I can't ever remember going to a race, even when we wrecked out last, that we didn't have fun.
Talked about that yellow, and boy, here's the team that has really benefited from it. Kevin Swan had the earlier incident early in the week, but now this team finding themselves coming in the first round of pit stops, actually their second stop, because they pitted back at lap 13 of the first yellow, and they will not be a lap down. In fact, they're going to get out with some good track position, be able to make the 4-tire change, and the 47, we can tell you, is already back out onto the racetrack, and things are getting finished up here on Kevin Swanson's 88.
All these cars that's on the pit road are the cars on the lead lap. Rusty Wallace, Bill Parsons.
Birdie's car is the Fina one right in the front on pit stop 1. They were past champion. Back. See, they did it again. They almost fooled me. I was on to them this time. They go from the Fina pit to this one real quick, and they're both blue. But see, they got a different emblem. The AC Delco is like a straight line bar, and the Fino is like a patch, like a shield.
He was awfully slow.
That's how spotters like me, scorers, differentiate our cars is by certain patterns, because you can't read the numbers for real on the, like how you're looking at that right now is how the naked eye is, like you can't pick out a number, you just pick out patterns.
Smoke billowing beneath that Lux Country Food Chevrolet. They're looking for a sponsor for 98. And this young man really coming around in 97. Selected a pole earlier this year. Back in a moment. 6 laps are complete. We just completed the halfway point last time by.
Fontana, California. Oh my goodness, I just messed up. You know what?
And the problem with that spin was for Phil Parsons, he had a flat rear tire and he came down pit road and was presumed to have gone a lap down. Kyle, that may not be the case.
It doesn't look like it. I think they, while we were under...
I guess this is Fontana Bush. I didn't realize. But I am doing Richmond Cup. What the hell?
Under caution.
I got all screwed up because I'm going to show you why. Right here on my list, I had just done Charlotte, right? And the very next race for Bush is this race. But Richmond is where we will be in the Cup. So I kind of got a little screwed up. We'll deal with it.
Phil, being the experienced driver and the great driver that he is, accelerated down pit road. Obviously, he was running faster than 55 miles an hour, which is the speed limit, but that's okay because the penalty for running too fast on pit road is only a stop and go to the end of the longest line.
When I upload onto YouTube, I'll split it up. I'll put the Richmond first.
The penalty of a stop and go, but it kept him in the lead lap, and that's just the experience that Phil Parsons has, being able to think and heads up driving.
Well, you talk about gamesmanship or being experienced on the racetrack. You see that right rear fender where that's tucked a little bit where that tire had gone down, and now Phil back in, and they're going to change it again. Looks like that one may be going down also.
That looks like the piece of metal there is like the inner panel, where evidently the other tire went flat and beat up into the inside of the fender. It's the aluminum. You can see them pulling out the aluminum inner panel, which is not good because then the fumes can get up in the car. You just see them throw it out in the middle of pit road here. But they're going to work and try to patch stuff up maybe, evidently. But they're putting the right rear on and sending him back out.
See the inner liner that held that tire up? The complete tread is gone on that tire that the NASCAR official was standing in front of there, but the inner liner kept that up, and that's what allowed him to get back without tearing up the rest of that fender off the race car.
And the one thing that Phil did do, obviously, that was the caution came out 3 or 4 laps ago. Phil's been out there riding around on this flat tire, arguing his point that he made it up. And all he had to do was beat him back to the start-finish line. The start-finish line theoretically runs off the racetrack, out through the grass, and across pit road. So all he had to do was beat him to pit road. He didn't have to beat him to the very end of pit road, just to the center of pit road. He was able to do that, stay in the lead lap, argued his point. Obviously, NASCAR saw it his way and was back in the lead lap and has a shot at doing good again.
We've got to give a call to Ray Hill, the Busch Grand National Series director. He saw that what Phil was trying to do and realized that the young man was right, made a decision, motioned him back by the pace car. Now Phil is in 19th spot. He is the final car on the lead lap. There's 19 cars on the lead lap. And by the way, we told you
let me skip ahead here because, like, I want to get to Richmond, but I wanted to follow the same sequence that the Busch cars were.
What about the pit stops for the 3 cars?
Now, if this was Richmond Busch, I would have been there.
There's a lot of wild stuff going on down here.
Let me jump here.
Spun on lap 10. He is now being shown in 3rd position. The 44.
Now, this is toward the end of the year, and a lot of the drivers that started early 97 have switched rides.
Our split fire snapshot on the leader. Bobby Labonte has led.
Bobby Labonte's driving the 44. Now,
currently leading.
He let Tony drive that car a couple races. So Tony Stewart was just starting out this year, too. It's like a first year for Tony in Cup, in Busch, and a first year for Tony in Busch, and a first year for Junior Earnhardt in Busch as well. Myrtle Beach.
Hey, Clyde, how happy are you with your bank services?
This is an old commercial.
Free checking.
Okay.
Michael Walker from Bandade Ford trying to get by the Joy. They are battling for 7th and 8th position. The 74 car is 7th. The 21 battling for 8th. Right behind him, the 29 of Elliott Sadler and the Bill 66 car. That would be in 9th spot. Here comes Matt Kenseth again, the 17 car. He was in 10th and he wants 9th, and he takes it away.
the 29 and the 17 at one point in time were three of the fastest cars on the racetrack. And now, basically, they're hung back there anywhere from 6 to about 9 or 10. And you can't seem to work their way through this pack right now.
For anyone wondering what the banner is around my screen, those are all the cars that Dad's had a hand in working on or building or totally creating. What was that?
Terry Labonte trying to signal Michael Waltrip.
Trying to signal him something, but it looked like a middle finger salute. I was wondering what kind of signal that was. But we used to all flip each other off in the pits, okay? And it was kind of a funny thing. So you don't know if someone's giving you the finger, they mean it, or it's funny. It was a joke thing, trust me.
Bobby Labonte being shown as the leader. There is Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the car number 7, making a move to the inside. And he is being shown in 26th position, 1 lap down. Manheim Austin's car, Ben Whitaker.
That's why we're not showing the leader, folks, because look, there's nobody around him.
Bobby Labonte's Shell Pontiac driving. This is a Joe Gibbs engine, we are told, in the car. There's the rest of the pack. Gary Wilson building the engine for Joe Gibbs. And Bobby Labonte today. There's the rest of the pack. We'll see if they can possibly hook up nose to tail and draft in on Bobby Labonte when we come back with more live action from California. Shell Pontiac is picking them up and putting them down, but they are 3 wide back in the pack.
And that is the points leader in the middle. Brandon LaJoy, the 74 car, trying to win the championship right in the middle. He breaks free, and he says, man, am I glad that I was able to get through that deal.
Todd Bodine was also back there. He's the yellow Stanley car, so both the top 2 in the place back there in that gaggle of cars. Gaggle is West Coast for mess. A whole mess of cars back there, running side by side. We approach the 100-lap mark. 150 laps to make up this 300-mile Kenwood 300.
The Wallace brothers have changed sides. The last time we saw them, Russell was on the outside, and Mike was on the inside. They switched now. We see Elliott Sadler in the 29, the 40 car, trying to get down McLaughlin. McLaughlin says, no, not so easy. That is a battle for the 9th, 8th spot. 7th spot.
Michael Waltrip has already gone by and taken 6th away. Look at the 2 separate grooves there, Kyle.
The 29 comes off the corner right next to him. And what you do, you pull down to try to break the ground a little bit and stop the wind. You're in clear air, so you hope it'll pick you up a little bit. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Obviously, it didn't that time, but, you know, it shows that these guys are learning the more they run where they want to be on the racetrack. At the same time, if he jumps away from the other car, it doesn't give the guys behind him an opportunity to catch up because you've got 2 distinct lines instead of having 1 wide line of air coming off of.
Here's McLaughlin off the throttle, now back on the throttle. Elliott Sadler will come off. He's still not wide open. Now he's wide open. The car's a little bit loose. He gets playing with the throttle off the corner. And once again, as Kyle Petty said, Elliott Sadler goes all the way to the bottom, but this time McLaughlin goes down with him.
That's the rear bumper cam, the dual pump bumper cam on the Royal Oak car. We're told Royal Oak Charcoal not going to come back as a sponsor on that car number 34, although they're reconsidering when they realize that Kingsford Charcoal is going to come in with 1998 as a sponsor of Robert Presley. Battling for position, that is for the 7th spot. Our AutoZone race recap, the leader is Bobby Labonte, has led 32 of 96 laps. There have been 9 lead changes. 3 cautions for a total of 18 laps. That's why the average speed is down to 134.390 miles per hour. Our lap leader, Steve Park, our pole sitter. Bobby Labonte, who's our current leader. Todd Bodine, Mike Dillon, Robert Presley, and Bill Parsons and Mike McLaughlin have each led a lap. Now out of race, they are still side by side. Mark Krogh, Buckshot Jones, Mark Green, and Johnny Chapman.
He didn't want to give it up, did he? He's coming back again. He's got a good run this time. He will clear McLaughlin and take the spot away.
Sadler taking 7th, and now car number 17 making a look for 8th spot. That's Matt Kenseth. He's on the inside of Mike McLaughlin.
Mike's car is just a little loose evidently coming up out of the corner as you lift him up with the in-car camera. He's not able to get back into the throttle wide open like he needs to. He feathers it a little bit, so they really draw on him right there. But as soon as he gets that thing in a straight line and can wade back into it, he flies down the straightaway.
And there we saw that exactly what Kyle was talking about. He was feathering the throttle. The 17 of Kenseth waited in it, and we saw that spurt as he drove by McLaughlin. Here comes Terry Labonte. He's going to try to get by. McLaughlin drives up back on the
That
outside.
Labonte Alka-Seltzer car was kind of a sharp paint job. Look at that. That was a kind of unknown. It's a cool Xfinity paint for real.
Labonte does try to get by, and now McLaughlin battles back in the middle part of the turn 3 and 4 area.
Another car to the lap down the area.
50 to go, 100 down here in California. The first ever Busch Grand National Series race in the state of California. Our leader is Bobby Labonte in the car number 44 with Mike Dillon in second spot. And Bobby Labonte just picking him up and putting him down as he pulls away here with 50 to go. Back with more in just a moment. A little bit overcast here. We're about 50 miles east of Los Angeles. And Bobby Labonte is pulled away. That's the second, third, and fourth place cars.
50 to go.
Gasket Chevrolet, the Duralube Chevy of Dick Trickle, and our pole sitter back there, Steve Park, in fourth position.
Trickle and Park have run Mike Dillon down. So it's just a matter of time. But it is a pretty good battle, and obviously Dillon wants to stay there just as long as he can.
I think Trickle and Park just got hooked up and just ran him down from a draft point of view, and they had somebody in front of him to break the air a little bit and let him suck up to him. But Dillon's doing an incredible job. Dillon jumped in earlier there at Daytona, or at Darlington, whenever he got.
This looked like one of Dillon's best runs.
And, I think
it's good to see.
Really come on in the last.
I know my son really enjoyed hanging with Mike. If we went back to North Carolina, I'd definitely tell him to look him up.
When people stayed after the Die Hard 500, and they were impressed with people from the cars in.
I was hitting my inhaler, still stuffy. I think I had a virus last week.
Come drive Dale Earnhardt's car, come drive Mike Skinner's car.
Never was outwardly sick, but just stuffy.
And it will help the entire team. So I think there's a lot of people that are really high on Mike right now.
And you know, it's only his second full year in the Tour and only his fifth year ever in a race car. He ran 10 years in motocross, so he didn't have a lot of experience driving with four fenders and four tires. You saw Michael Waltrip's car number 21, Elliott Sadler. They are battling for fifth position. That's 5th and 6th right there.
They start behind them is the Kraft Kindles Chevrolet of Matt Kenseth. Glad to see Matt. He's able to get by the Robert Presley automobile, the Sunoco car, who is currently in the 8th spot. And he goes by the start finish line, completes another lap. And there's Robert Presley, the Sunoco car behind him.
By the way, Robert Presley's car, that number 47, you see behind Kenseth there, they are going to change numbers to 59 next year. That's Presley's number when he ran late model stocks and first in the Busch Series, and also changed sponsors. Kingsford Charcoal coming on for 1998. And we'll check in.
My son said pole. It was 110.90 in the trucks. Watkins Glen pole time 110.90. He said he don't know what tire they brought him, but they are flying. He's watching a replay of the truck Watkins Glen from a couple hours ago. So I was just getting an update from him. Look at old Mike Dillon just looking high, wide, and handsome right there. It makes me kind of feel good. My dad had something to do with the startup of that team. He was hired through the winter of 96, 95 to 96. He went a couple of races with them, but, you know, that's a situation where there's a lot of Indians and not many chiefs.
Now is driving by Mike Dillon. So the pollster needs to Geoff Chevrolet.
I mean, a lot of chiefs and not many Indians. What was I saying?
44 car leader.
Say what?
Drives on the outside of Dillon.
Everybody wants to be a crew chief when it comes to Childress. Just letting you know.
And just follow and find out where the perfect line is around the racetrack. No, that's what youth does for you, right, Kyle?
That's exactly right. That's just youth and inexperience. It would have been better for Dillon at that point in time. Feather out a little bit coming up out of the corner. Let the 64 get in front, fall back in line behind him, and run with him, because you can see how far Park has stretched him just in half a racetrack.
Got to believe that maybe a spotter told him just that, Top. You see the back out coming across the straightaway and let Pringle go down there nose to tail. But as you said, look how far they've let Park get away.
Earlier in the race, we saw at one time when Park was leading the race and the 44 got injured and Bodine coming out of turn 4 up here. Park was smart enough and shows a lot of experience at a young age to just feather out of it a little bit, fall back in line behind the two cars in front of him, and not lose any ground. He lost 22 feet or 42 feet, whatever it may be, whatever 2 or 3 cars are, fell back in line and picked back up the pace.
On this side of the field, 66 car. Doing a great job today and has done a great job all year in this car. 3 victories, 40 laps to go. There you see it.
And next year, Elliott Sadler.
40 to go.
In fact, the teammate situation has already happened. Gary Bechtel actually owns half of the car.
Dad worked for
Bechtel.
Bechtel.
Driving here today. So Elliott and Hermie, we're talking about younger and older brothers respectively, will be teammates in Busch Series.
I think Gary Bechtel was involved in like a waste management company,
Obviously off the pace of the 48 car.
or something like that.
He is up to speed, I think, as he's back.
And that is Todd Bodine in the car number 36. He is running in 9th spot, so he is ahead of the 74 car of LaJoy back in 12th. And the big news for the 36 car is that we are told they're going to try to make it the rest of the way on fuel. And that's going to be quite a gamble.
It's going to be an incredible gamble. But one thing Todd's doing, and he's done since they dropped the green flag on this half of the race right here, is he's just following whoever's in front of him. He's not made a big effort to get around and pass somebody, run too wide, or have to lead somebody. He just kind of follows him. He's saving fuel, even at the speed he's running. He's saving a little bit of fuel right now.
He's got to go 100. He's got to go 71 laps, 142 miles. That's how far he has to go to make it the rest of the way on fuel, and they're going to try to stretch it. 112 laps complete. Bobby Labonte is our leader over
Fuel saving, like it's a new thing.
the top 5. Back with more in a moment.
We only did it with a
Technologically
calculator,
advanced
though.
cars better than ever before. But it's up to your tires to translate these advances into stopping power on the road.
Thought he cut the right front because it sort of took a lick on him, and then he got out loose and went into the wall. They also had to pull some of the fender away. He's back out, but obviously chances of winning some of the severe blow.
And when he got back to turn 2, it wasn't over yet. Take a look at what happened.
Goes in the corner. This is going down in 1, and the car just goes straight ahead. Almost goes up, and there he does. Just touched the wall right there. We saw the black mark where he rubbed the tire. Marty Reed?
Yeah, guys, he just called in that he broke the front end tie rod and the spindle, so he ain't going very far at all.
Ooh, yeah, a shredded tire will break a tie rod and a spindle. Basically, the spindle is the entire wheel assembly, and the tie rod is, well, it could be an upper control arm, a lower control arm. A tie rod actually adjusts your toe out. It's a little connecting bar to a hind joint thingy. However they design them. It changed over the years. I knew what one looked like on a street stock, okay? We had a super street, which is kind of like your prolates now as far as what they allowed us to do.
And he came all the way from 42nd starting spot back in June.
But yeah, it's the thing that keeps your tire aiming in the right direction. I like to run a straight right front always. Straight, up and straight toe. But camber it as much as you must. Always camber your right front. Leave your left front straight. I'm telling you, toe it out, but don't camber it. You want to set it back a little bit in your caster. But yeah, that's what you want to do. But please don't camber your left front. It doesn't work. Camber your right front. Run your left front straight up with toe and caster. Ackerman is everything because that's all that touches the track. There's 4 tires, and if your Ackerman is correct, your camber, your caster, your tire temps will be equal all the way across, all 3. In theory. Now, I know a lot about theories. And if you know the theories, then you can make educated decisions on any chassis change. As long as you know the theories. And my son and I want to do some whiteboard basic theories. Theories is like just the science of where the weight goes when. And then you can put it into practice. And by trial and error, you can adjust things. But in theory, 4 tires is all that you have touching the track. 4 pieces of rubber and the track. So in theory, when all 3 tire temps are all 3 even, you're set up max. But you also gotta know that as you build up speed, those numbers will change. And mass and motion changes when you increase speed. So in theory, though, bottom line, you want all 4 tires equal temps at maximum speed. That's a theory.
Steve Park made it, Jimmy Spencer made it, and Bobby Labonte made it on 1 pit stop and ran the last 67 laps without having to worry about fuel and finished 3rd. So maybe they're going to get as good a gas mileage as they got at Michigan. If so, they might have a shot. 122 laps are complete here at California Speedway. Laps are winding down. It is stop number 28 of 30.
I know it says Richmond. We're going there. This is California. We're catching up. We jumped ahead on the bush.
And we welcome you back to California Speedway. The scenario here, Bobby Labonte is our leader in his Shell Pontiac. As you heard Bill Weber tell you from their pits a moment ago, they are going to roll the dice and try to run the final 25 laps. They're not running for points. It's only their 16th race of the year in Busch Series competition. They dominated today, and they're going to see if they can make it the rest of the way on fuel, but that could be quite a gamble. Steve Park being shown in 2nd spot. He was the pole sitter. You see that Geoff car coming off the corner, and where's the 2nd place go? Let's see. I'll show you what 6 3/4 seconds looks like. Folks, there it is. 6.72 seconds the last time by. We'll see if Park got any closer that time. No, he lost ground. 6.86 seconds behind the leader. And there is Vic Triple, the 3rd place car. He's 8.5 seconds behind, so the 4th place car is Mike Dillon, the Detroit gasket car. Last time by, he was almost 11 seconds behind the leader. And we see that Matt Kenseth in the 17 car almost caught the 72 of Mike Dillon. And we see that's Lloyd Allen in the 48 car, and then the yellow and white car is Kenseth. The 5th place car, and Michael Walker is 6th in the 21 car, the Band-Aid Ford. Albert Presley being shown back in 7th. Todd Bodine is 8th. Mike McLaughlin 9th. And Glenn Allen is 10th. That's the top 10. 15 cars on the lead lap with just about 22 laps to go. There's the 36th place car of Michael Waltrip. As Benny Parsons told you a moment ago, the Band-Aid Ford. Ronnie Silver prepared car. Then we'll wait for the 36th car, the Stanley Pontiac. That is 7th position, and right behind him is the 8th place car. That's Todd Bodine in 7th, and 36th, and 8th is Robert Preston. We check in with Martin Reed.
Well, Todd's been trying to draft with anybody that he can hook up with, most recently the 4 of Kevin LePage, and they are rolling the dice. No secret about this. They're going to try and go the distance. I'm standing down here in the Band-Aid pit with Michael Waltrip's crew. You know, they're running pretty good right now in 6 spots. They, too, are going to try and stay out as long as possible.
As we watch this battle, Dale Earnhardt Jr.
ARCA's an hour and a half into it, too. I'm going to bring up the timing and scoring on ARCA for us.
Todd Bodine has led 11 laps. He's currently in 7th spot. Started back in 28th, was back as low as 26th on lap 1. Definite progress for Todd Bodine, who will be driving the Tabasco Pontiac in 1998 Winston Cup competition. There's Robert Presley's car number 47 in 8th spot.
Next car on the lead lap, Mike McLaughlin, the Royal Oak Charcoal car. As we look back at Lloyd Allen. And Mike Dillon is on pit road. And Triple, something's wrong with his car. He's missing, I'm told. Engine is misfiring. Marty Reed.
Yeah, Mike Dillon's the first to blink. They knew they were going to have to stop a little bit quicker than they wanted to. They wanted to try to get to at least lap 130. It's at lap 129. They are going to make a change up on the left side as well. So they're going 4 tires. And
you want to hear a funny thing? My son held Austin when Austin was a baby, when Mike had to work on stuff in the shop. That's kind of weird, ain't it?
Yeah, I don't have a clue why you would change 4 at this point in time in the race. But 20 laps to go, why not just gas and go? Because some of these guys are just going to gas and go at the most. They'll change right side tires, but basically, if within 15 or 20 laps from the end of the race, it's a gas and go car.
I would guess that Dillon must have thought he had a flat tire. Otherwise, you're right, Kyle. 1 can of gas, and you're done. You're out of there.
Yeah, he would have had to have thought that he had some kind of problem.
There's a quick rundown of ARCA as they stand right now. I can turn on the live audio, but I can't on this. Let me just show you real quick here. Click the live audio. It's up here. ARCARacing.com. Race Center is the tab. It's up at the top, Race Center. You go to ARCA Menards, and this is what you get. You click this, you'll hear the race live. And this is how I follow races mostly all my life, was watching a timing and scoring and listening to the live audio in the pits. But this is where everybody is running right now. Let me jump down to the bottom. Okay. So we see. Okay.
Yeah, that's the only explanation really for changing.
This is a guy that had a little bit of trouble early in the race, but he's doing okay now. Another modified driver, one of our Cars Tour drivers, a Hickory driver, Isabella. I always root for her. Brent Cruz, cool kid. LeVar, he does wicked good. I like seeing him when he's on iRacing too. And let me see. Wallace Ellen. Oh, good guys. Tristan, this is his first race, so he must be in a hot rod. He's in a rocket ship. So yeah, that's how I watch ARCA. If you're on your PC, tab it up, and you can also listen to it live. I'll watch the race after. Like I said, I was kind of reviewing 97 still. I got 6 weeks to finish the book, guys. So that's why I'm pushing this old race and stuff. Because if I watch this by myself without being live, I would be snoring and not listening to it. Because I've attempted a number of times to watch a race on my own, and I fall asleep.
Bobby Labonte will stay out and try to win it, but we'll get a gas and go when we come back.
Like I said, my main attempt was to do Richmond, and I thought I had already done Richmond. This is California for the cup, for the bush cars. 74 is LaJoy. He'll be the Staff America the following year when Fedewa gets Kleenex. Because they worked out of the same shop. My dad was with the Fedewa team, and we knew, you know, the whole FINA team. I mean, they were all New England people. It was Birdie and Toucan and Billy Ellis, I think. Maybe. He might have been with him when Rosa. Anyway. Deuce might have been there then. I got the whole book.
I don't think Steve is down to 8 seconds time. So he's given up 3 or 4 tenths a lap.
Deuce, actually, he wasn't there. He was with the 81. I take that back.
Ride there, and hopefully it'll help him those 4 or 5 laps and put him inside the window of the window space.
He may be slowing.
That's Robert Presley. My dad worked for that team actually in 96, but it's 97 now. Presley and the basketball player there. I constantly forget his name. From Asheville. He funded him for that ride.
But the guy that's chasing him, the car number 36, he hasn't pitted. Here's the Stanley Pontiac of Todd Bodine.
He was the Tar Heels player, and I never can remember his name.
He was a crafty rascal all those years on the modified.
Because I didn't follow basketball.
We're going to roll the dice and try to go the rest of the way. And take a look there. Points as of now, he has got it under 200. He was 246 behind coming into the day. And now, if the race were to end like this with him running in second spot or third, he would gain quite a few, almost 60 points. To make that 47 points, I think I borrowed Bob Jenkins' calculator on that one. We'll see Todd Bodine going by, completing another lap.
Fun fact, I met Todd Stafford after the races. We were all hanging out. I was, I think, a year older than him. But he was running around with my friend Ricky Armstrong, and they were playing ice football, like with Ice Cube in the cooler, because while they were, the parents were waiting at the payoff window, or like Todd's older brother Geoff was driving, they were waiting for the payout in the clubhouse. Would always stay a couple hours later to wait for the payout, and they, you know, us kids would just all hang out and kill time, and the guys happened to be playing ice football, where they'd throw the chunk of ice to each other, or ice cubes, bigger than ice cubes, but like ice cubes stuck together.
A million times, man, and it's the worst thing because it's a
or we'd play like stupid games like that, but the girls mostly, we'd sit around and watch them.
And we were on the in-car camera when he came up out of 4. I thought he was changing line to catch a little bit of draft off of a faster.
They would all do that. They play rough, so, and it was concrete or asphalt. It still is asphalt back there. It's back where the beer garden is now. At Stafford is where we used to play ice football. I'm talking 1974, 1975, 76. That's why we call ourselves Mod Brats. We're all the modified New England Mod Brats, because we grew up at the track and they traveled 4 races a week. So we all had our bicycles and just hung out with all the other mod kids that are now grown up and driving or owning race cars. It's kind of cool. Even the Chitwood Show, if you remember the Chitwood Show back then. My sister Cindy had a BMX bike, and she rode around with, I think, Joey Chitwood III when he was like 12 and rode their bikes around. Because we were just one of the guys all the time. I mean, even in the pits. When I got older, I'd be walking by and a driver would yell, "Hey, Tonja, get over here and hold this." Or, you know, they knew I knew what I was doing. It was kind of cool. I'd always preferred to have been one of the guys in the pits. I still do. I don't feel normal if I had to sit in the bleachers, because ever since I turned 16, which was the legal age to go in the pits, was 16. Now you can drive at 12, and we couldn't even go in the pits until we was 16 in the 70s. But that's kind of cool. I mean, like, I just could not wait till I could go in the pits. I was so happy. I just wanted to be around all the race cars and stuff. And I wanted to watch what they did when they made changes. And I had my own stopwatch and always see the times. And I don't know, it's like a drip at a time. I learned the little things that I guess you don't know if you didn't grow up at a track. The rhythm of the race, or just certain things. It's like a sixth sense. I can watch y'all drive on the sim and can tell what you're doing.
There's a lot of variables that go into it, especially when you're running in a draft situation. And another car, Glenn Allen, the car that's in second place, he's also trying to stretch it, trying to make it to the end. You see Elton Sawyer go down the corner. Never seen the Luxair Chevrolet of Glenn Allen. Oh, this would be Glenn Allen's best finish of the year. Currently 7th at Myrtle Beach back in July. If he can hang on, and now he falls off the pace. He's out of gasoline. He's wiggling the car back and forth, trying to get that last
fuel conservations.
out of gasoline.
Now Steve Park moves in a second, and that's where the cars start that have already pitted. Steve Park will move in a second, Michael Waltrip in third, Kenseth in fourth. Those guys have already pitted, so they know they can go the rest of the way. It's all on Todd's shoulders right now.
All right, here's the Todd Bodine and 47-year-old Clyde McLeod, his crew chief and team manager, gambling. You see the Luxair Chevy of Glenn Allen, last year's Rookie of the Year, head down pit road at 55 miles an hour. The 36 car is in first. The guy he's chasing in the points battle, now we're talking points now, is a lap down, Randy LaJoy in 11th position. With 4 laps to go.
Now he comes by, there'll be 3 laps to go when he crosses the line. There he goes. I'll tell you, if he's going to make this, I will be amazed.
71 laps on a 2-mile racetrack, 142 miles.
It's happened before this year. We've seen some amazing fuel economy in the Busch Series and in the Winston Cup and trucks and a little bit of everything. And I think that's a tribute to the guys that tune the motors and the crew chiefs and the drivers themselves that go out there and do what the crew chiefs and the spotters tell them to and stay in line. And, you know, we saw it on Todd. If he makes
Kind of curious about the 36. I know it's Todd's car. And he said Clyde McLeod was the crew chief, who's usually the crew chief on the CeCe Welliver car, which is the 34.
And Todd's wife, Lynn, is his spotter and has been since the inception of his career.
Yeah, she always says,
He's just got to be as tense as he can be.
I think Todd was like 13 years old when I met him first time, but like not met him, like when you're 13, you don't say, this is so-and-so. You just know who's hanging around, you know, with your crew. And he would hang around with one guy that was my crew, which was Ricky Armstrong, which was the car owner on the car that my dad was working on at the time, one of the modifieds. And in fact, I think Todd and Ricky still are best friends, which is really cool. I have a recent picture of Ricky Armstrong, if anyone remembered Dick and Carol Armstrong in the old modified days, which is the picture in my banner, right behind the 15 is the red number 1. They used to own that car. And that was a 3-car team, but the most famous person that drove was Geoff Bodine. And I ended up working for Geoff in 97. In fact, that's who I would be scoring at. I would be scoring for Geoff at the next race when we do Richmond, the next race I'm doing. So I grew up with like Todd as we were teenagers. Todd, I didn't meet Brett. I don't remember Brett coming up from New York much, but I know Todd did quite a bit with Geoff.
They did the calculations, did their homework, and man, 71 left.
There were quite a few years in between their ages, because Geoff was, I think, older than me, and Todd was younger than me, and then there was Brett in between. But when you're teenagers, like a 15-year-old doesn't hang around with a 12-year-old, that kind of thing. But like I said, we'd hang out in the same area because we were all waiting for the race payout. With our parents were getting race payout at the clubhouse at both Stafford and Thompson. In fact, I met Chris's dad at Thompson's clubhouse. I ended up marrying him. There's Lynn in the background. There's Mike McLaughlin. It must be a team car.
It's what you really wanted to get for this team before this season ended.
I tell you,
Because Clyde McLeod worked on both.
It's taken us this long. We've had a lot of chances to win. The Stanley Pontiac been up front all day, all year, and Carnage Machine Tools, they stuck behind us. The crew, you know.
Now, I never went to Fontana. I've never been further west than Phoenix.
Thanksgiving, getting to Daytona, finishing second, and rebuilding these cars all year. These guys have worked hard, and they deserve to finally get a win. And I'm just happy for Stanley. I mean,
Pretty
these people, they've
trophy.
been so good to our sport for so long. I'm just glad that they could get a win this year.
Get your wife in here. Come on in here, Lynn. She spots for him. Congratulations. Todd, how much fuel is left in that thing?
I don't know. I tell you, we owe that to Clyde and the guys. They figured it right down to the ounce. And we came in on a white flag lap to get a splash. And I tell you, it can't be a whole lot.
Well, congratulations on your first win of 1997.
Yeah.
Good job. All right, Todd Bodine
There's
wins
Clyde.
Steve Park in second. As they are congratulating Victor Lane. Todd Bodine wins at Steve Park in second. But what about the battle for third, guys?
Tell you what, Matt Kenseth and Michael Walter fought right down to the checkered
Hello.
flag. There we see Michael on the outside, Kenseth on the inside. Here comes Michael. He's got to run, but Kenseth beats him by what? 500ths of a second.
I know that the ARCA race is going on. I'm like,
third at Dover,
oh, boy.
Delaware. We'll come back and more and wrap it up from California in just a moment.
Okay, I'm going to stop this one because, like I said, I really wanted to do the Richmond Cup race, and that's what I'm doing now. I'm probably going to split them up on YouTube, to be honest, after I get there. Or I might skip the California. Because I didn't have a dog in the race. I didn't have a dog in the fight, so... Y'all, we are going to go to Richmond. This is nearing the end of the season. I was scoring this race for Geoff Bodine. It's October 12th now. And, wait a minute. That's when it was updated. My bad. I was like, that's a little late. September 6th, 1997 is the date of the race. Okay. So it was the fall. Just Labor Day-ish. Right after Labor Day.
For our invocation.
And I was, like I said, I was scoring for the number 7 QVC car at this point.
With us again, Mr. David Smith. David is team manager of the Richard Childress Racing number
David
31
Smith.
car. And then we have our national anthem sung a cappella by Tech Sergeant Shawnee Previtt.
See, we were all part of the MRO, Motor Racing Outreach, so sometimes we'd do invocations if, you know, the drivers or the crew chiefs.
1 and 2 at about 1,000 feet, exiting over turns 3 and 4 by 4
Richmond.
F-16s, 192 fighter wing jet of the Virginia National Guard in Richmond. This is in celebration of the 50th anniversary of the United States Air Force.
I don't know if this view is better or worse. I do the full view, but if I did the theater view, no, that is theater view. That's all you got. This was Labor Day, like I said. It must, I said it was around Labor Day. It was the 6th of September, so that's why it's all patriotic and shit because of the Labor Day. Like
all these folks
people that work
tired here, although they will
labor.
be standing up all night.
That's what it means.
Here we go.
Not a bunch of labor also can mean like giving birth. No, Labor Day was like for workers. This was celebrating all the workers.
Heaven, we're so grateful for this day that you've given us again. You're so good to us. We thank you for this great country that we have. We thank you for Richmond International Raceway for the efforts that have been made for this race tonight. Thank you for the sponsors. We're thankful for each and every driver here. We ask for the safety of each one of them. We pray for the pit crew members as they perform their duties, that you'll give them safety on pit road. We thank you for the fans that are gathered here tonight. We pray for safety for everyone as they go home to their homes, that we can all come back again to enjoy another such race. Father, we just ask a special request to be made known tonight for a little girl in the local area here by the name of Jessica East. She needs a special touch from heaven. She's the daughter of the local policeman, Robbie East, and we just pray that you'll touch and heal there in all the way that you can. Thank you again for this event tonight. We thank you most of all for your Son, the Lord Jesus Christ, who gave his life on the cross for us and rose again from the dead for our justification. All these things we thank you for and ask it in Jesus' name. Amen.
Yeah, motor racing outreach. I would go at 11 o'clock. They'd have they'd have music. One of the drivers or crew members like that would do an invocation or something, and a talk, an inspiring talk. And see, I would already be up in the booth, and at Richmond, I think there's an elevator we had to take. We'd cross the track. I would be up in the, like, right after the church service, 11 to 12, I'd go up to the booth and just settle in because I was going to be there for a while. And all the crew members would do this on pit road, which was really cool. There's been a few times I've lined up in the crew, I think, on Lake's team in the beginning of the season when I wasn't scoring. The very first race I scored in 97 was Darlington. Through watching all these races, I figured that out. But racing was so easy then. It was fun, man. It's like all our classmates, you know. So that's my alma mater. I knew all these people by face, don't know hardly any of their names. When we were on the road, we were with these people more than with our own families.
We can't have that because the big show is next. The X-Side NASCAR Select Batteries 400 coming up.
So that's kind of the vibe, you know. It's kind of cool.
Show. We'll see you next week.
Right now in real life, I know that
Bill Elliott is back in the spotlight on the pole here at Richmond tonight, but he is no longer
that
the only
car
winner.
in person. I said it the last two videos they ran that car. That car was so pretty. And it was even prettier at night. It was just pretty.
Oh, man, what a team. What a team, man. These guys were busting off some great pit stops.
It was made out of, like, after the song Mac the Knife. And it had that vibe, but it was McDonald's.
Let's go. We're going to pull the left rear wheel
was fierce. And I know a lot of you watching VOD, and especially right now, because there's like a major ARCA race going on. I was going to look up what this running order was right now, and they should be getting
$1 million. Come on, buddy. What you expected to do, man?
The spring race at Richmond tested the mettle and muscle of the previously undefeated DuPont crew. The smoking tire, the twisted sheet metal, the clouded dreams. But when you have a driver that is
ARCA is over,
and the likes of Lombardi, there is no room for surrender in this multicolored team of titans.
Rookie won.
Each week, this oval faces another. But last week we learned it takes a lot of sense to make $1 million. Well, in a week when there's been a lot of talk about music awards, Jeff Gordon certainly deserves Performer of the Year, at least to this point. 9 #1 smash singles, and if things continue, well, he could have another gold album at the end of this year. Last week, another record smash and $1 million payday. But Jeff, obviously it's natural for an athlete to let down after a huge performance. How do you get focused on this race tonight?
Well,
I'm looking at a story. Greg Biffle's going to return for a West Series race.
Shook it down at a little track in South Carolina, so you know we came here pretty well prepared, but we certainly have had to forget about Darlington since we've been here.
He raced last
because we've
year,
been working
but
real hard. The car hasn't been exactly the way we want it, and once we get the car right, then we start abusing the tires a little bit more.
Tri-Cities Revival has returns for another shot at the West Series.
But as well as these guys worked last week, I got a lot of confidence.
It's under the ARCA Racing, ARCA Menards site. Look that up, ARCA Menards, Greg Biffle, Tri-City West Series. Look that up, he's coming back again.
Has been backing up.
And yes, the ARCA race is over.
This crash at Pocono in July dropped Terry from the points lead
and
all the way back to third place. Since then, the Iceman has seen his title hopes
blow it for y'all.
An average finishing position of 17.6 in the last 6 races has
NASCAR
dropped him to 257 out of the lead. Rusty Wallace is looking for consistency too. Many times this year, he's found himself in the wrong place at the wrong time. Mistakes on pit road, 10 DNFs, and Wallace is 14th in points. His lone moment in the sun, right here at Richmond back in March, when he spun out early, but rallied to win the race. Wallace hopes to rally again tonight.
To rally in the car in which carried him to victory lane right at the Richmond International Raceway back in March. But
starting grid today at 5, so in an hour.
But he kept his car out of the wall. He is ready to go.
In an hour, starting grid: Heim, Bell, Smith, Perez, Delara, and Ruggiero in the trucks at the Glen. More drivers: Riggs, Chastain, Chandler Smith, Rhodes, Mosak, Kyle Busch. Okay, it's got a T gray. I don't know if it's Tanner or Tyler. Ankrum, Zilich starts 14th in that new ride. So Walich, one of my faves, starts 16th. Raj, one of our guys, starts 20th.
Well, they didn't check me to see if I was pregnant.
It must seem like
Busher, of course, we gotta go for him a little bit.
Tonight's race is the first step in his
Priest's
road to
teammate. Tori Bridinger, 28. She's good at driving, keeps out of trouble. Grant Enfinger, wow. Are they still qualifying? Frankie Muniz,
He was prodded and probed and picked
Caden.
and punctured, but now all that's over. It's time to perform. Hey, Dale, millions want to know, is
I
the
think
man
that
in
he
black
had
totally
something
back?
happen. These guys might have had something happen. I don't know.
All right, he said you better believe it.
My son was following Enfinger on the sim last night. Said he was so fast he could not keep
And
up.
only victory can put out.
So anyway, that's going on
Talk about a
tonight
mystery.
too.
This racetrack tonight, folks, could be a mystery. The folks here put a coating or a sealer on the racetrack, trying to get the cars a better grip, therefore making them more
So I
competitive.
totally
As the
don't
sealer
blame
rides
my
up,
buddies
what the car's
for
gonna do.
coming back
No one
in a
really knows
VOD
yet, but after all,
situation.
This is a short track.
I just got to keep my research going or I'll forget what I saw last week or last night or 2 days
Take
ago.
last night, for instance. Joe Bessie
Whoa.
flings his helmet right in the
Oh, yeah. That happened.
Dale Shaw, he thought that he put him out. Dale Shaw returns it to the racetrack a little bit later on. And
Tossed it out at the end of pit road so that they could get it. He wasn't being a dick.
Like fire came up inside Mike McLaughlin's car. Lots of smoke, and of course where there is smoke, there is fire. But he was able to get the car halted and get out of the car okay.
I watched this Richmond race before. That's why I'm saying we watched that other California race before. I thought I was even Charlotte, but I forgot that the Cup races race more.
Richmond International Raceway in Virginia for the NASCAR
Richmond under the lights.
NASCAR Select Batteries 400.
It's easy to score under the lights.
8 races to go. Jeff Gordon's win at Darlington was worth
Much harder during the day.
The
backstretch looks so far away.
One here. Dale Jarrett, Jeff Burton, Bobby Labonte, and Ted Musgrave have not. Hi, everyone. I'm Bob Jenkins. Geographically, we're not very far from where we were last Sunday when there was $1 million at stake, and of course, Jeff Gordon won it. Tonight, there is not $1 million at stake. The race is shorter. The track is smaller. But there are just as many points available to the drivers. And now the next focus of attention is the $1.5 million bonus that goes to the champion of the Winston Cup Series in 1997. Down to Bill Weber.
Over the years, we've certainly seen some exciting winners go to victory lane on the NASCAR Winston Cup circuit. But maybe it's those thrilling second-place finishes that haunt our memory forever. Such is the case perhaps for Jeff Burton. His first 2 wins came this season. But last week at Darlington, second to Jeff Gordon in his chase for the Winston Million. Problems in the pits might have cost Burton that win. So his team worked on that this week. And
see how pretty that Narnivore is?
What maybe was taken from them
just
in Darlington
glistens.
Last Sunday. It's a bright Saturday night in Jeff Burton's home state. If you're a fan of Jeff Burton,
I'm in the booth scoring for the 7. Dad's there with the square D 81, and look at them. P5. Oh, bless his heart, poor Kenny. He would have been a superstar. We lost him a couple years later.
He will help lead it toward the green flag.
Rookie driver Robbie Gordon has shown flashes of brilliance this year. Remember, he won the pole at Atlanta.
We had so many triumphs and tragedies in the growth of racing. That's why I guess we get a little bit bitter about the new next gen throwing out all our work and what we sacrificed, you know. So that's a lot to do with it too. We not only sacrificed our family lives, but we sacrificed sometimes, you know, best friends getting killed to make the sport better.
Now let's take a look at the starting lineup. On the pole, Bill Elliott from Dawsonville, Georgia. Driving the Maxonite colors, and Kenny Irwin Jr. in his first NASCAR Winston Cup race. The second row, Bobby Hamilton, 5 consecutive top 5s here, and Robbie Gordon. In row number 3, we have Kenny Wallace and Dick Trickle. In the 4th row, Joe Nemeth.
Dad's working with Kenny Wallace.
Row number 5, Ken Schrader and Jeff Gordon. The 6th row, the Burton brothers, Jeff on the inside, Ward on the outside. In the 7th row, Mark Martin and Rusty Wallace. Take a look now at the rest of the starting lineup as the field warms up and should be going green next.
Where is QVC?
Boy, you just can't ask for a more beautiful evening here in Virginia. The stands are full over
The QVC and the 3 were really hard not to confuse too when you were scoring.
Just outside the city limits of Richmond. And
There we are.
Ready for some
I saw us in the... There we are. We're starting 30 seconds. Can only get better.
There was just a fraction over a third of a second that separated first and last. Right along with Mark Martin, that's his onboard camera. There's Robbie Gordon's Coors Light Chevrolet. Pace car comes off turn 4. He will be ducking down to the inside pit road. Here we go. Green flag is almost in the air.
There it is. We're underway. starting position, is running in second spot, but a lot of side-by-side racing back in the middle and later part of the pack.
Kenny Schrader, the 33 car, gets down to the inside now. Mark alongside Rusty Wallace, and they are bumper to bumper. Jeremy Mayfield, 37, trying to push Rusty Wallace through the corner and by Mark Martin. These cars are getting a very, very good grip on the outside. It looks like we'll see two grooves all night.
Eddie Wallace and Robbie Gordon, the battle for fourth position. As up front, we see Kenny Irwin trying to position himself to the inside of Bill Elliott, and this young man from Indianapolis, Indiana, is quite racy. He had several testing laps on this racetrack, plus he has run here in midgets and Silver Crown cars and in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. So Richmond International Raceway is not foreign to Kenny Irwin Jr. And the side-by-side battle and here up front, a better battle going on as Hamilton now gets down to the inside right behind her. And Irwin and Elliott are side by side as they go down the backstretch.
Well, that is quite a ride by a rookie driver, Kenny Irwin Jr.
Now, Kenny, of course, will have full time in the 28 car next year with Robert Yates.
Was trying to up the quality a little bit. Look at my dad's car running P4. I'm so proud of that. I know he was there then.
We did not get past Bill Elliott and go on.
Newt Moore was crew chief, but he would call Dad for some of the specific tracks, like the short tracks and stuff, to help with the front end geometry and the shocks and all. Hey, Panic, how are you? Hi. I'm all beachy. I went to the beach today. Came home. Got charged by Microsoft unknowingly $20 and got pissed. Called them and ripped them a new ass and got online.
That's what the word is. Meanwhile, both Dick Trickle and Geoff.
Finishing my 97. Year 97 was the toughest one to write about and get straight in my mind, and now I'm ready to rock and roll. I got 5 weeks before oh, shoot. I got 5. Oh, man. I'm scoring the 7 car in this race. I remember seeing all this. But anyway, yeah, I got to go to a New England track reunion in October, and I want to have my book at least manuscript printed to go north with, and at least just get with my dad's people or whatever, and have Dad be able. And like I told them, that's my goal, is get the manuscript totally done. This 97's been, oh my God, I think I've been reviewing it for a year now, but now I finally got it clear in my mind. We're in the last few races, Richmond, Phoenix, Atlanta. I think, well, Richmond, New Hampshire, Phoenix, Atlanta. But my dad's working with Newt Moore on the 81, on the short track stuff. He worked with him at Bristol, got the pole. Here they started 5th. But yeah, lots going on. Parents doing okay. Been going to coffee with Dad.
Down to Jerry Punch, who has a report
last couple weeks.
Well, Robbie's problem really wasn't as much wall.
My kid's been running a little bit of racing. He's excited. He's in the other room. If you hear cussing, it's my son watching the
and I think it may have been the harmonic balance or something.
ARCA race, maybe?
Possibly in the engine, but he thinks the engine may have come apart.
He's behind time. I'm not going to tell him when, but
we head back up and check on Rusty's pits with Bill Weber.
Well, Rusty is here on pit road.
But he enjoyed, actually, on the sim, how many y'all got to race with these ARCA guys at the Glen and the Cup guys? Not the Cup guys, the truck guys. My son was running with the truck guys and the ARCA guys at the Glen this week with them running practicing. He said Grant Endringer, like, blew him away. Like, he could not keep up. I was in there watching him on the sim doing it.
Wally Dallenbach also spun, has been in for pit stops, but he too is ready to go with fresh tires. Well, he's back in right now. We'll take a break and be back with more in a moment.
Chris ran with Parker Klingerman and was able to keep time. and Tristan McKee a little bit and able to keep time. He doesn't know yet that Tristan won, but he could not keep up with Grant. Grant just had a line that was just spot on.
NASCAR performance at Kmart, low prices.
In the trucks, I'm talking C-Fix.
Selling semi-synthetic motor oil. And by the legendary Firebird Trans Am from Pontiac.
Yeah, this has to be one of the tracks. There's 2 tracks that had to take an elevator to the scoring tower. And this looks like it would have to be one of them, because it's pretty tall.
Jeff Burton moved into 4th, and Earnhardt trying to get by David Green and going to the top 10.
It's hard to remember because you...
Well, that's quite a move by Earnhardt. He started in 22nd position.
You just like go to the track, you walk across the track, you go up to the booth, you do the same thing, and like it's hard to remember. Sometimes you go on a bus to a track and you land in an airport and they take you by bus or a van to the track, and like so all the tracks run together because I'm not actually driving there.
We're all really bummed. We got a pretty good race car. Thought that we were going to be pretty competitive in the long run.
I hope your Friday's going well, Panic. I miss you online. I miss seeing you.
It's unfortunate. The course car was running good this weekend.
And we told you already about the problems they had this morning.
I hope all is going well.
And then they had the night end a little bit early, Bob.
We're watching this battle back here involving Jeremy Mayfield and others. Now we're riding with Hut Strickland. Is up ahead is Ernie Irvin and Derek Pope.
I'm focused big time on getting the book done, but I'm still doing my other stuff on the side. Whoa, whoa, we almost just got my dad's car.
And a collision at the bottom of the racetrack sends a couple of others.
Oh, boy. Come on, everyone.
Meanwhile, Irvin is still backing as the cars have taken the caution.
And Mark Martin was involved, Benny.
Yes, he was. Don't know how much damage he's done to the Valvoline.
Wow, Richmond gets small all of a sudden. It never seemed that small.
We had a record 10 cautions for the Busch Series.
When you're there in the daylight, it looks a lot
Here
bigger.
are the first 20 laps of this Winston Cup event.
Now we've got 2 Jack Roush cars involved in the incident. You ever see the 99 car? He's trying to get by Kenny Irwin. He goes down the corner.
Oh,
Irwin
Kenny,
comes down
not
the hill.
clear.
The 99 car just spins himself out trying to avoid spinning Kenny Irwin out. He goes up the racetrack, and now in all the smoke and sitting there, other cars try to take evasive action. There we see Irwin, and it looked like the 46 car. Was that Dallenbach that was spun down there?
You can ride on the outside for a couple extra turns to make the pass clear. I know it's wicked uncomfortable, and you think he's going to let off or whatever. But that's a pass you can't rush.
Goes around. Kyle Petty comes to a stop.
41 car almost runs in the back, but he does stop. So it's Ernie Irvin that actually hit.
Boy, that looked a lot less narrow, but the actual driving surface is small. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Sure did.
Number 3 had a little bit of delay in the reaction time. But in this sequence of watching these races, Dale was getting episodes. For real, like a couple of races I had just watched, they took him out of the car early because he had like double vision even before race time. He was having some slur speech and this, that, and the other. So I have a feeling Earnhardt had something going on.
And
from maybe previous crashes or whatever, about 2 years before the wreck that didn't look that bad. He might have already had a basal skull crack or something. Something like that's the one thing I noticed watching these races over is he was having health episodes that seemed minor, but may have been contributory to such a minor accident, causing his demise. Which is, like, it was so hard. I worked in Concord, had to drive by a shop every day. It just sucked. It sucks so freaking bad. But yeah, I didn't realize, looking back, the little subtle things in his, you know, getting out of the car early and stuff.
Patiently, but it's going to take a few more laps to get the damage repaired.
Here, Jeff Burton is back in the pits once again as they try to get the sheet metal away from the tire, Bill.
That's exactly right. Wanted to check the sheet metal one more time before Jeff went back out on the track. So they yanked that away. He's got the 4 fresh tires. And as soon as we get back to green, we'll have an idea how that car is going to handle.
Green flag comes out. Back to racing once again.
I'm still quite impressed with old Kenny Wallace just running that. Like, my dad put the Bristol setup in, and if he's working with Newt, he would have something similar. Here, it's not quite as much of a bank, so it would be slightly different, but it would be a similar shock and brake spring package.
He sure has. He is up to 8th position already.
Not clear.
And here we go. Battle for the lead in 3.
God, that 94 was pretty.
Bill Elliott can't quite make it. Elliott gets it run off the corner.
There was a certain metallic paint it had too. It had all this sparkle in it. I don't know if it had day glow or if it was glow in the dark.
The numbers in parentheses on the right indicate their starting position. So Dale Earnhardt is up.
They put some time into that paint.
And we're watching Dick Trickle work the outside of Kenny Wallace. And back up front, the battle continues as Bobby Hamilton tries once again to get to the inside of Bill Elliott, but Elliott holds him off down the backstretch.
It almost looks like Ricky Rudd, but in fact it's Darrell Walker with one of his 25th anniversary paint jobs.
That could be confusing during the evening. David Green right behind him. He has Mark Green, his brother, standing by in case David needs relief. Of course, he broke his shoulder blade earlier in the year.
That was a couple of weeks ago.
Okay, Hamilton now has a run on Elliott. Let's see if he can do anything here in the...
Seems like that inside groove, they're having trouble getting traction as they come off the turn, and the middle groove is the one that works best. But now he gets a little more up alongside off 2, but look at Elliott, he pulls away once again.
Elliott was quite a driver. He was very smooth.
But not quite. Keeps him pinched down just enough that he can't get a good run off the corners.
I wasn't a fan because of being a Melling person working for Lake and all that. And was privy to some of the facts in that breakup. Not a big Elliott fan that way, family-wise. For everything Harry did for them, I don't think that Harry got a good deal in the end.
Side by side. How many laps is this? 4 or 5 laps have been side by side.
But I do think Bill was very talented and very smooth. I mean, you can watch the line he's driving. He's pretty skilled.
Nemechek is 5th, then Earnhardt, then Gordon, and back of Jeff Gordon we have Dick Trickle, Kenny Wallace, and Jeremy Mayfield. Those are your top 10. 33 laps completed here at Richmond International Raceway. Bill Elliott leads. Exide NASCAR Select Batteries 400. Welcome back to Richmond International Raceway. 38 laps completed. Bill Elliott continues to hang on to that lead.
Hey, Pops, I'm glad you're here,
lurking.
lurking.
Challenging as much as he was earlier. We let the whole pack go through here and pick up on the side-by-side battle, but the best side-by-side battle, or at least the best battle on the racetrack, is up in front. Hamilton once again goes to the inside.
And Kenny Irwin up to slip a little bit that time.
In 7th position, as we watch this battle up front, is Jeff Gordon, and Dr. Jerry Punch has his report. made a move toward the front, but now has lost a couple of spots. The big thing people were fighting today is they were tight in the middle of the corner and then loose coming off. Geoff's problem right now is he is tight in the middle of the corner and even tighter coming off. The car just moves right up across the racetrack, the nose. You cannot get the car to turn, but when the track gets slipperier as the race progresses, he should be in pretty good shape.
Kenny Schrader moves into third position, and Kenny has a good early run going.
Yes, he does, and he's running up on the outside, Bob, in that outside groove, which is a good sign. If you have a car that'll work up there this early in the race, hey, he might be trouble.
And Schrader looks like is going to be the fastest that last lap, and now he's going to try the high side around the 43.
Take a quick break on the camera, but I'll be here in the chat.
And he's running back in 17th position.
Yeah, and he had a good clear racetrack that time by, and he has been very good when he's running in a clear racetrack by himself. Talking about Ricky Fraser.
I tell you what, folks, it doesn't get much better than this. And it looks like Hamilton may have it. Yeah, maybe.
Well, no, here comes Bill back on the outside again. Right? This time going into the turn.
And this time Hamilton just drives him up the racetrack.
Tries to lean on him just a little bit, and he's there.
Bobby Hamilton is our second leader of the evening, and Hamilton is no slouch on this racetrack. He finished 7th here a year ago in this race, and he finished 5th here in the spring. 2 top 5s, 5 top 10s, and 12 starts here for Bobby Hamilton, the leader of the race. Now here's 6th and 7th, Dale Earnhardt and Jeff Gordon.
Gordon has caught back up to Earnhardt. Earnhardt had passed him, as we mentioned a little bit earlier, but now Gordon has caught back up to him. Dick Trickle riding along right there behind him in the 9 car.
I think that one doesn't work.
Congratulate Larry and Linda McReynolds, the proud parents of a baby.
How about this one?
This morning.
Congratulations, Larry and Linda.
Yep, that's terrific. As of broadcast time, they hadn't chosen a name yet, so we'll give that to you next week. Jerry, maybe you can help us.
Well, when Larry got back here, they just were able to make the name public, and it is Mary Kendall McReynolds, and they will call her Kendall. She was 9 pounds, 1 ounce, born at 12:15 p.m. today. He was back at the racetrack at 3 o'clock.
Well, congratulations to the new parents of the baby girl. And now we see this battle continuing to be a pretty good one. Now look at Gordon sneak up on the back of David.
Hey, that tight situation that we talked about a little bit earlier in the center of the corner, track might be coming to him a little bit now, or the car coming to the track. As the tires gets worn, that might be working to his advantage now. We're talking about Jeff Gordon coming back up on Dale Earnhardt.
Break time.
The 99 car has been moving up quickly from his spin from the back of the pack. He is up to where?
24th.
24th?
Jimmy Spencer in the 23 car is in 23rd position.
And the 6 car, Mark Martin's the next car behind. Ever seen Mark? He and Jeff Burton's team make both starting back there side by side. And meanwhile, Jeff Gordon on the inside of Dale Earnhardt. Yeah, this racetrack is really, really working great now. There's 2 distinct grooves out there.
I think the sealer that they put on it did its job.
Dick Trickle is hanging right there with Jeff Gordon and Dale Earnhardt. He runs in 8th spot. High overhead from the Pennzoil popper can. Great overhead shot.
Bobby Hamilton has just driven away from Bill Elliott since he made the pass.
As a matter of fact, he has over a 2.5 lead on Elliott right there. You see the lead that he has. And Irwin got back by Kenny Schrader back in the 3rd spot. He's hung in there all night. That Bell South Chevy, he had a fire this afternoon. Burned the hood, some of the wires under the hood.
Whoa. Irwin a little loose coming off the corner. This is the David Blair Motorsports car, not anything that has to do with Robert Yates.
Well, it's a Yates car. It's being fielded by the David Blair team.
Yeah, it has a Robert Yates engine, so yeah, it has a good bit to do with Yates.
Trying to make a move on Bill Elliott.
I tell you what, so far what I've seen this weekend, I've been awfully impressed with Kenny Irwin.
Takes 2nd from Bill Elliott.
Well, almost. inside.
And here comes front row Joe. Knee check on the inside.
Now look at Kenny Schrader. Bill's going to fall back to fourth here, maybe fifth. All this from the Pennzoil Copter Cam hovering over Richmond International Raceway. We'll be back with more live action in this 24th NASCAR Winston Cup race of the 1997 season. In this race here at Richmond, Rusty Wallace on lap number 8, as a matter of fact, was the meet in an Ernie Irvan and Dale Earnhardt sandwich in turn 2. It sent Rusty spinning and sending up a huge cloud of smoke. And it also brought him in for a pit stop, and he had to drop to the rear of the field. Then we had another caution, and since the restart from that caution, Rusty Wallace has picked up 10 positions. He was 28th when the restart occurred, and he is now up in 18th spot.
And you know what? In the top 10 tonight, there was C.D. Martin trying to get by Rusty Wallace. He's been involved in a crash. This is a battle for the 18th spot. And Mark Martin looks like we'll take it away from Rusty. Well, might have spoken too soon. But right now, you look at those cars in the top 10. Geoff Gordon, the only car that's won a race in 1997.
I'm scoring for Bodine. He started back in 32nd, so it's going to be a bit before we see him on this tower, if at all. We're pitted backside, I think.
Mark Martin have fresher tires than the 25 car of Ricky Craven. John Kernan?
Ned, Ricky radioed into his crew about 5 laps ago and said the car is getting really loose going in and really loose coming off the turn. So he can't wait to have a pit stop. Speaking of pit stop, Hutch Strickland is headed down pit road, but they'll tighten Ricky's car up on his first scheduled stop.
99 and 88 cars are in a lot of traffic, but they're moving up. Dale Jarrett is back in 13th position, and Jeff Burton is there in 15th.
I think the story in that group is Bill Elliott.
Yeah, he's going backwards.
Our pole sitter, and he's really, really struggling now just to keep up. And Ted Musgrave is caught up with him and almost runs in the back of Elliott.
Jerry, what's wrong with Bill Elliott?
Well, Mike Beam asked him what the problem was, and Bill said, loose, loose. Mike asked him where, and Bill said everywhere, all around the racetrack.
Oh, that was close. Elliott loses 3 more spots as Jerry Cope gets by the Skittles car, then Jarrett, then Musgrave.
There's Jeff Burton's progress since the restart. He was 40th on lap 25, and here on the 66th lap, he's 15th and moving up.
Well, I thought this one through.
That means we moved up about 15 spots also.
They singled out or got at least 2 wide. Mark Martin and Rusty Wallace.
Ted Musgrave up in 13th spot, starting in 38. You might say his car started at the rear of the field also. But I don't think Musgrave has been the pit.
I don't think so either, Benny. And so he has made a great drive towards the front. Ernie coming back up in the 28 car. Of course, he has been in the pit, so he had newer tires.
So see Terry Labonte coming off the corner.
Terry is in 21st position.
I had to look and see what car that was behind him. It is Gerald Walker. There's our leader. And you know what? He's losing some ground to Kenny Irwin. Kenny Irwin is gaining. The 43 car had about a 3-second lead. It's now down to less than 2 seconds.
That's the 4th place car of Jeff Gordon. Running in 3rd is Joe Nemechek. The interval is about 1.5 4.6 seconds from first to second. And it's about 5.2 seconds back to Jeff Gordon. Bobby Hamilton leads. 72 laps have been completed. We'll take a break and be back with more of our live coverage. Kenny Irwin is second, and Nemechek, Gordon, and Dick Trickle completes the top 5. Back in just a moment. NASCAR Select Batteries 400 here at Richmond. At the back of the pack and pick up on this battle. Dale Jarrett and Rusty, where's it?
14th spot. And Jeff Burton going by his brother Ward. And let's see.
Moves him up to 7th.
Wow.
Now we timed lap 73 through 77 to see if Jeff was closing in on Bobby Hamilton in the leader, and indeed he has.
He closed in 1.3 seconds, as you can see.
Meanwhile, Hamilton is involved in some
getting a
traffic now as
it's chips and salsa.
Obviously, these cars are up. Darling back and Michael Walker both want to stay in the lead lap if they can. So they've held up the leader and trying to do that. That's allowed Kenny Irwin to catch up, although Irwin has been faster. Well, there comes a real group.
Well, they have been really going at it. Now, Hut Strickland's been in the fifth in the 8 car, so he just drove through this whole pack of cars in about 3 laps.
Fastest car that last lap was Jeff Burton, and his teammate Mark Martin was second. Well, make that the 9 car Blake Speed. How about that? Wow.
And Earnhardt's car has gone away. The 3 car of Earnhardt, his tires are really heated up and getting worn now. It's costing him on the racetrack.
Wow, look at that 99 car. And the 40, evidently the 24 car was caught in some traffic that time. Bill Weber?
Earnhardt's Chevrolet is very loose. They will make a track bar adjustment 3 rounds when he pits, maybe around a lap 100. Right now, Bill Elliott on pit road. To Jerry Punt.
35 miles an hour. Bill Elliott could not wait any longer. The car just got so loose, he could not drive it. They were going to make a major chassis adjustment, air pressure change. It will change the track bar. They're changing right side tires.
Stinks for them.
Number 84, another match tonight, McDonald's crew. The left side, top of the left front.
I got me some chips and some salsa. Or, well, it's some sort of like a cheese with habanero in it. Or jalapenos. It's good, though. So get yourself a snack, and I won't chew on the mic.
For the lead off turn 4. Wow.
Going into turn number 1, but of course he'll have to cross the line to get credit for it. But an impressive performance by the young man from Indiana. Here's Mark Martin and Kenny Schrader as they race for 8th spot.
No racing forward. Mark Martin has it.
Schrader was up there in for the lead not too long ago, but apparently the handle's gone away on his Chevrolet. His tires get heated up.
Right now, Kenny Schrader is over 8 seconds behind the leader, Kenny Irwin. And here's Rusty Wallace. He's caught the Kenny Schrader car.
Well, there's a lot of them really fighting it now. The tires are worn down. We've run 88 laps or 87 laps. We'll check the speed next time around to see how much they have dropped off speed-wise.
There we see the leader going into turn 1 as he goes by Dolan back. And
see the 99 of Jeff Burton is still over 115, but the others have dropped down to 113. Michael Waltrip just going out of the pits, and he said go forward. He changed his tires.
One problem that the leaders have now is the traffic of Wally Dallenbach trying to get by them. That's one thing that's slowing them down and allowing these guys to literally
nice Sunday, wouldn't he?
Wouldn't he, though?
So Jeff Burton remains the fastest car on the racetrack at the moment. But we should be seeing the first regular round of pit stops before too long. Back in Richmond in just a moment. Back to Richmond International Raceway, where the XI NASCAR Select Battery 400 is 94 laps old. And race coverage tomorrow will include the Grand Prix of Italy Formula One event. That's on at 7:45 Eastern Time over on ESPN2. John Lacey will lead them to the green flag. Karts on the grid at 2:30 on the Deuce, and then the Toyota Grand Prix of Monterey.
This generics cheese got a bite to it.
The Goodwrench crew had wanted to wait till lap 102 to bring Dale Earnhardt in, but they couldn't do that anymore. The car was...
Oh, it's habanero, no wonder.
Yummy. Earnhardt has sheet metal damage on the left door. That's from early in the race. Right side tires are on. Left side tires on quickly. They tighten the lug nuts. Fuel is in, down, and head back out on the track. Good pit stop for these guys.
Jeff Burton is also on pit road.
No, he's going for the lead.
All right.
He is coming on. He has caught Kenny Irwin Jr. and moved to the inside. And he's going to motor right on by, it looks like.
Wow. What a run by 99. Gone earlier, has fought his way back through the traffic and has taken the lead. The X-side battery, of course, this is the X-side.
Sterling Marlin goes out of the pits. He's been in for service. Ricky Rudd has also made a pit stop. Jimmy Spencer coming in right now. These are all scheduled pit stops. Some in earlier than others because they just simply couldn't stay out there on those tires, slipping and sliding.
Put my chips in my little bag. You know, the little bag you get from the dispensary. That one. I do it for popcorn too, so I recycle.
A lap on the racetrack, and it's probably cost him at least one more lap.
Now Jeff Gordon has caught Bobby Hamilton. Boy, Hamilton's car has really gone away now. As we see Darrell Walter come in the pits, Bobby Labonte's in the pits, Rick Masters in the pits. There's the Interstate Batteries Pontiac of Bobby Labonte.
Left side's going on that car. Get in the fuel, full of fuel.
Ken Schrader comes down pit road as Labonte goes out. There's Darrell Waltrip. Made a chassis adjustment on him. He's getting 4 tires. Ken Schrader's made it to his pit. Let's go to the pits and Bill Weber.
And Ken Schrader already has the right side tires on. Now getting the left side tires and fuel. No chassis adjustment for Schrader. Lug nuts are on, and routine pit stop for Ken Schrader in the Skoll Chevrolet. The 7 car also on pit road now.
I'm actually grabbing the front tire over the wall. We are way in the back corner. Like I said, I'm in the booth. I'm scoring the 7. There's my dad's team. He's working with Newt.
Almost guaranteed. I almost bet my life on that.
Yep.
Dale Jarrett comes down pit road. Bill Weber is there.
Dale Jarrett is on pit road. 103 laps in the book.
I'll tell you what, this is starting to break a sweat. This is spicy cheese.
One round on the Quality Care Ford. Right side tires going on. Now around to the left side. Jarrett sits in the car. Being topped off with fuel. Bobby Hamilton crawls by to DJ's right. Waiting on the lugs to be tightened. They clean the grill. Now Jarrett's away. Down pit road is Jerry Bobby.
No one has won more at Richmond than Richard Petty. 13 times, and now his STP Pontiac comes to a halt on pit road. They will make a track bar adjustment, go down on the track bar in the right rear. They will go up on the air pressure in the right rear and down on the air pressure in the left rear. Right side tires are on. Water bottle comes out. They clean the windshield. Left front, left rear lug nuts are on. It's full of fuel.
I never noticed that. They were shining a flashlight so the tire changer could hit the lugs.
A couple of Chevrolets pitting nose to tail. Left front, left rear tires going on the 42 and the 24. And pull away. Gary Labonte in for his pit service. His car has been tight all night long. They've already made the chassis adjustment on the left rear. The crew swings around to the left side. Jack 1, 2 pumps, it's up. Tires off, tires going on. Hit the lug this 5 times and also earned the evidence with the pits of steering. Let's go to Bill Weber. Chassis adjustment in 4 tires, very quick for Ernie Irvin. He's got fuel, he's already off of pit road.
And the 27 car is on pit road. Kenny Air, when you see him there, the right side of the big change. Going on the left side, Jerry Punch.
And he almost stalled the car coming in. He got into pit right before he was going to stop.
It's like a dance, ain't it?
Right side tires, now left side tires. Geoff caught the Jackman. Trouble with the left side. Now the car is down and away.
Jeff Burton continues to lead, but he can stay out there a little while, at least as far as fuel is concerned. But he might not want to stay out there with these other cars with new tires on them, because that's going to cost him. As you see, those cars of Bobby Hamilton, Dale Jarrett just driving right on by. Now, they were 2 laps down, so they've got in position. They're just 1 lap down now. But here is the car number 31 of Mike Skinner in the pit. But Jeff Burton can't afford to stay out there too long as these other cars are running the speeds they are. Let's go to the pit for Jerry Punch.
Well, Mike Skinner began the night pitting up toward turn 4, but when the car number 40 had been retired, they had doubled up their pit. They have now moved down here toward turn 1. Left side tires going on car number 31, a low Chevrolet 21.3, and now Burton is in front of Bill. 109 laps on the board. They told Jeff Burton, you pit when the front runners do. He got trapped out last time, but now he's on pit road. Rusty Wallace is on
Okay,
pit
that's
road.
enough
3
chips.
cars behind him.
Not
Right
because I
side
don't want
tires
more
now
of
for the
them.
99.
Holy smokes, this habanero's on
Right side
fire.
tires. Now they swing around to the left side. On the
Hey, it's
right
Rambo
side,
with the
one
jack.
tire gets away, kicks back to the crew. They gobble it up and hold it on the sidelines. Lugs are tight. Good stuff for these guys who struggled last week. Now Rusty Wallace waiting on the left side tires. Digging around at the left
I used to
front.
grow habaneros. I love them,
There,
but
now Rusty's Miller Lite Ford is out of the way. Dodges a crewman. John Kernan. Well, here's something that we need to keep an eye on for the rest of this race. This is the right front tire off of Jimmy Spencer's car. About 20 laps before pit stop, he radioed in and told the crew, I think I've worn out the right front. And you can see, yes, he has on the inside of the right front tire all the way
that's
down to
what
the
happens when the caster and camber is not
all
correct.
worn out. Let's go down to Bill Weber. 110 laps now on the board, and Mark Martin creeps down pit road, so he too has dodged a bullet. Coming in with the leaders after getting fresh tires following an earlier spin. Still has damage on the left rear quarter. Getting fuel in is not a problem on this car. Right side tires going on. Chassis adjustment, a round and a half. Come around to the left front. Now we'll swing around to the left
If it
rear.
blistered on both the inner and outer, it would be too low a pressure.
Left rear tire on. Waiting for the lugs on the left rear. Plenty of fuel in the car now. Mark Trump thinks that he's on his way. 24 seconds leaving, I believe, on the clock.
And Lake Speed comes on pit road. He has been the leader. That's the first time that the Melling car led a race all this year. John Kernan.
Lake Speed pulls into his pit stall now. The front tire carrier fell, but it shouldn't hurt him too badly. Well, he gets the tire there just in time, but the right front tire is on top of the air hose. Now, one or two moves it away. Right sides are on. They swing around to the left side. We haven't seen any chassis adjustment as yet. Second can of fuel going in. It is full of fuel. Lake Speed waiting as they hit the lugs with the air gun to tell it to go. 21.7.
Looked like Charlie was still there. It looked like he was on the catch cam. Another friend, Charlie. Gotta look him up, too. I haven't heard from him in forever.
It looks like that spin out, that Jeff Burton, Rusty Wallace, Mark Martin, it looks like that really truly did not hurt them.
No, I don't think it hurt them at all, Benny. They were able to put new tires on, come back up towards the front.
They had pressure tires all the time, and we see clearly, and Lake Speed will go a lap down there, I guess.
A lap down now. Jeff Burton, after all this round of pit stops, Jeff Burton is the leader.
And see the autos on off-track interval. Jeff Burton, Mark Martin. Jeff Burton spent 83 seconds. He crossed the start-finish line time he came by, went in the pits, finished pit work, came back out and then crossed the start-finish line again. That took 83.6 seconds. It took Mark Martin 89.4 seconds. A almost 6-second advantage for the 99 car over Mark Martin.
Richmond 97, guys.
So after all the pit stops, Geoff maintains the lead.
I was scoring for the 7. Dad was running with an 87. I mean 81. We're already up to 4th there.
One disadvantage of nighttime. And they're trying to get 3 abreast going down the corner. That's not probably a good plan.
Well, there are a lot of cars there racing for position. There they go again, trying to go 3 abreast. Dennis Schrader says, I better get out of here. That won't work.
Shot from high overhead, Richmond International Raceway, courtesy of the fine folks at Pennzoil. It's the Pennzoil Copter Cam.
Ted Musgrave. Car does not seem to be handling as it did before. I'm sorry, that was Bill Elliott's car, not Musgrave. My mistake.
Wally Dallenbach just got up high in the second turn. I don't know whether he hit the wall, but if he didn't, he came darn close.
I believe he did, Bob. He has slowed dramatically on the racetrack,
So it's Jeff Burton, Jeff Gordon, Joe Nemechek, and Jeff Bodine. We got Jarrett, Dale Jarrett coming up behind. And I think Bobby Hamilton and Trickle. All famous names.
Now he's back up to speed. All these
We just thought we were racing. We had no idea we were history.
Jeff Burton, as he goes by, trying to go by the pole sitter, Bill Elliott put him a lap down. That would be 24th spot. Elliott's running in, and now just 23 cars in the lead lap.
Man, and Bill was so strong at the first of the race, and now goes a lap down.
He told us let's see if we can see what happened to, there's Dallenbach up against the wall as he comes off turn 2.
Yeah, he got into it pretty good, and he needed to come to
Wally Dallenbach, I believe. He married a road racer, Robin
See
McCall.
what happened to Lake Speed.
He's the red car up there right in front of Kenny Schrader. The green car, number 33. They get together just a little bit. Speed does a good job of hanging on and not getting that car into the wall. And here's Mark Martin working on Dale Earnhardt.
That's a battle for 16th spot. 25 car Craven is in 15th spot. In the garage area earlier on, fixing a broken radiator. He's now back in the race, and he's, 86 laps down there?
86 laps down. 22 cars on the lead lap. Bobby Labonte now is the last car, as Sterling Marlin has just gone a lap down to Jeff Burton. Test the speeds at the line, see how they're running now. Got the good tires, 116.9 for...
That at the line is us pressing the button.
Yeah, look at Bill Jarrett that time had the fastest speed, 117.2.
I was pressing the button for that number 7. Every time they crossed the line, we'd mash a button. It was to give you the live timing and scoring before it became part of the telemetry.
Jeff Bodine, they're in the QVC 4.
You know how they always gave you a top 10 but didn't give you the rundown but once in a while unless they did the at the
They
line.
had done a 2-tire change because they picked up so much ground. They came in running in the 10th spot after starting 31st on their pit stop on lap 103, a few laps before some of the other cars. And they took on 4 tires, made no changes in just a little over 20 seconds, but they went out in the 5th position. Jeff running a few laps before some of the
He
other
short
racers
pitted because he was losing too much time to the leader. You're only going to lose more. So the minute you start losing time to the leader, you got to do a Hail Mary when you start 32nd. And you, by pitting early, get out there on fresh tires and you can gain a second a lap sometimes. And then when all is said and done and there's no cautions and you come out a
29th
hero.
position, and so is Rick
Now, if the car should come out,
well, he's in 29th now, and
that changes
and Ray
it.
moved up to 28th.
Now we go back to find that Ted Musgrave had the fastest speed that time. We'll try it once again. See how it works out.
A couple of cars on pit road.
The nighttime broadcasts are not so cool. The technology just wasn't there for the dark. It's very blurry.
Car ran 117.157 miles per hour. Jerry Punch?
Hey, just a moment ago,
I'm going to
Buddy
jump off
Parrott
camera real
radioed,
quick and
Jeff
clean my
Gordon
teeth.
said
I
he's
have
a
an
little bit
obsession
concerned
about
using
anything
up the
between my
race
fingers,
car.
toes, or my
Wasn't
teeth.
easy, but,
It's an
silence for a
OCD
moment, and
thing.
then Jeff Burton radioed back and said, hey, buddy, I'm just
It ain't
riding.
gone away in 30-something,
Well, it's nice
40-something,
to be able to do that, run as fast as you can,
60
not
something.
straining the car whatsoever.
Got a birthday in a few weeks.
Kenny Schrader, who ran so well earlier on.
I'll be right
He's
back.
in jeopardy of going a lap down in 20th spot.
I don't want you to see me pick my
Not that
teeth, so
green
I'll
car
put my
that
camera
Burton
chat.
is passing. That's Chad
cover.
Little, but the next green car there is Kenny Schrader, the number 33 Skoll car, and Terry Labonte, the defending Winston Cup champion, is not far up there either in the 5 car.
Jeff Burton has about a 2.5-second lead on Jeff Gordon as 143 laps are completed at the Exide NASCAR Select Batteries 400. It's a Saturday night, and where better to be than a short track for some good old-fashioned stock car racing. And we have seen lots of action in the first 145 laps. That was Rusty Wallace earlier. Here's the onboard camera from Hutz Strickland as he maneuvered through. And now Mark Martin's onboard camera when he got clobbered by Ernie Irvin a little bit earlier. All those cars, however, are still running, and the green flag remains out as Jeff Burton has about a 3.8-second advantage on Jeff Gordon. Now take a look at the fastest laps that have been turned in tonight. Jeff Burton has the 5 fastest laps. Really, there are only 4 drivers in that list that have the top 10 speeds.
How about that? Jeff Burton on lap 27 ran the fastest lap of the race, 120.5. You know, last week at Darlington in the Southern 500, I looked this week, the fastest lap was run by Jeff Gordon on lap 304. Those guys, the Rainbow Warriors, kept working on that car, working on it, and finally, by 304, he was able to turn the fastest lap. And there he is, Jeff Gordon I was talking about. Jerry Punch?
All right, early tonight we told you Jeff Gordon had a problem with the car being very, very tight early on. Now, during that pit stop, they took a rubber out of the right front, and the car has been driving very well, although just recently, Dallas complained that the car has gotten loose in the right rear coming off the corner. As Bill Elliott comes back in the pit, the pole fitter brings his car back down pit road for an unscheduled stop.
$98,800 worth of Unocal bonus money is up for grabs here. Bill Elliott is the eligible driver. And the guy who started on the outside of the front row beside Bill, Kenny Irwin Jr., in his Winston Cup debut, is hanging in there in 6th spot.
Yes, I'm impressed with Kenny Irwin. See Rusty and Dale Earnhardt, the 3 car, the Goodrich Chevy, has gone a lap down to the leader, Jeff Burton. Right now, Earnhardt is running in 17th spot.
David Green goes another lap down in the cat car number 96. David is in 38th position, 4 laps down.
Jeff Burton, this team this year, Buddy Parrott, Jeff Burton, Frank started all those guys, have been so impressive with the job they've done in 1997. We see Jeff Bodine, Dale Jarrett batting for the 4th spot. And we see Sterling Marlinfield off coming down pit road. Oh, some contact between Brett Bodine, the 11th car, and Dale Jarrett. Bill Elliott, the pole sitter, just made that stop, so he's got those fresh tires. He should pass these guys fairly easy.
Oh, yeah, he'll blow them right off.
And there's the battle for Richmond. Looks like that's 11, 12, 13, 14.
16 cars on the lead lap, about halfway.
In the lead laps for these cars.
Ricky is 1 lap down in 29th position.
What you got to think about too is how your car is going to run at the end of the race, because now the temperatures got cooler. The sun's going down. To be honest, the temperatures actually even out. And the ones that can chase that best at the end of the race will do better. We're running P4. Dad's car was running mid-pack, 15th or so, just about to go down the lap. I don't know if they do or not. Oh yeah, they must have. They're right there behind the 99. Now they didn't have lucky dogs then, so that's not an option. He would have to race to get his lap back, or do something tricky, short pit under green. You can get that, whatever that is, 2-second difference back if you pit short. We'll see how it goes. It's 239 to go at Richmond in 1997.
Well, Bill Elliott made that unscheduled stop, and he may have a problem. He told you about how loose the car was. He made an adjustment on his first stop, and it didn't help the car at all. He just came back in. They unhooked the sway bar, changed the right side tires, and took the rubber out of the right. Very much. Mike Bean thinks they may have a problem with a broken ratchet in the rear end.
Elliott led 43 laps of this race, but now has dropped way back to 36th position.
Talk about using the brakes, and at night you can see exactly what they're talking about. As Jeff Bird goes down the corner, just a moment ago I could see the rotor. See the rotor? Cherry red as he goes down in the corner. That's what he's talking about, being easy on the brakes. They just develop a tremendous amount of heat because there's just no room to cool the brakes. They run air hoses on the right front, back to the brakes. But the straightaways are just so short. Watch that rotor as it goes down the corner. See if that rotor is cherry red?
Four laps completed here at a sold-out Richmond International Raceway, as over 100,000 people have gathered to watch this NASCAR Winston Cup event. Back in a moment. The lights of the city of Richmond, Virginia, and Richmond International Raceway is located just outside the city limits and in Rico County. In these overhead shots, courtesy of the Pennzoil Copter Cam.
And Chad Little has spun. Caution is out.
That damage he did earlier. And here comes Jeff Berger. And Ricky Creighton will not get a lot.
There goes that plan.
And Bobby Hamilton, we see the STP Pontiac ran so well. The next car to go a lap down, he'll get to make up 3/4 of a mile as he closes it on the back of the field.
I think it was Chad Little.
Coming out of turn 2, we'll see him come into the frame by himself right there and just loses it. Around the John Deere Pontiac goes, down to the inside retaining wall. Well, yeah, there he hit it with the left front.
Just touched it with the left front. So you can see all that damage to the nose of the car happened earlier in the race. Boy, a lot of guys have said, thank goodness that caution play.
Yeah, they want to get on pit road and get on some new tires, and the pit stops are happening now.
I'll jump some of these cautions again.
Thomas failed to come in.
Yes, Ned, that's a rookie mistake. Unfortunately, he did not hear or heed the pit call. In fact, when they were here 2 weeks ago testing, he ran 300 laps, and part of what they was how to get on and off pit road. The first time he came in and pitted, he stopped too soon in someone else's pit. This time, he missed the pit call. Obviously a rookie mistake, but he will learn.
Circle by Hasbro, the sponsor on Kenny Over's car this race, and I think the other 4 races.
Wow, Hasbro toys, I think they've been out of business
at Richmond
forever.
International Raceway once again because of an incident on the backstretch involving Chad Little. We'll be right back. This Sunday on the Game of the Week, Cleveland used to be Albertstown.
He was pouring what was in the catch can.
He is now a White
So
Sox,
they'll
and it's
weigh
that
the
was given up
entire
for dead.
can and see
Somehow
what
the
the
Sox
difference
have stayed
is.
in the division race, and
Let's jump ahead of that. My kitty come in the house. I'm feeding her.
119 miles per hour for the 99
She's
car.
beautiful.
That was the fastest speed recorded that lap.
I got her in North Wilkesboro. Are you a Wilkesboro kitty, Stas?
He's got Jimmy Spencer right on his back.
My Saison. She ran away. Came in to eat.
Ernie Early just tried the lap car.
She's like, okay, I'm full. Screw you.
What's going on with 2018?
She's
Benny, during that last
beautiful.
round of caution flag pit stops, the front tire changer for the Texaco Havoline Ford, Robbie Hancock, was flipped by Mark Martin as Mark pulled into pit road. Now, apparently, Robbie was briefly trapped underneath the car when Mark went by his legs, but he's okay for now. He was able to walk to the ambulance, and they took him to the Infield Care Center. He is replacing Joey Knuckles, who recently left the team. This is his first race in 2018. He has been changing tires for 14 years.
That's my little bugaboo cat, and that's my bugaboo dog I took to the beach today. Not the cat, but the dog.
But he was able to walk to the ambulance. He's being examined in the Infield Care Center.
Wow. Ernie Irvin started 40th. At one time was 40th position, is now in 7th spot. And we saw him jump in the air when he ran in the back of Martin Martin.
You see the damage on the right side of the Texaco Ford, number 28, and that's where he got into Mark Martin, went off the ground, as Benny said, and stayed on the lead lap, and now he's running right up there with the leaders. Won this race a year ago, so he knows how to get around here.
All 3 of those cars battling for position. 37-28. Now back to the leader. You know, he's pulling away from Jeff Gordon, but meanwhile, those cars that are out in front of him, Craven and LeBon, are pulling away from the leader.
Buddy Parrott has told Jeff Burton, he said, hey, Jeff, you simply have to save your tires. He said, Gordon is just laying back there waiting on you to burn them up. He said, no, in 10 to 15 more laps, your tires will be coming in and you'll be great. Meanwhile, Ray Evernham has told his driver, Jeff Gordon,
Almost halfway.
running a little bit higher groove. He said, Jeff, think of this racetrack as a dirt track. Go in the middle, the outside groove, up near the cushion a little more. Rather than down to the line, that will help save that right front tire.
Absolutely. Make the circle bigger. In theory.
A little bit higher than he has been. He goes in turn 1, and he also drifts up the racetrack just a little bit. Looks like he's listening to him, Jerry.
Weiss Brook looks on as Jeff runs in 2nd spot here this evening. As we are nearing the halfway point, in just 3 more laps, we'll be at halfway. Jeff Burton leads at Richmond International Raceway. Back at Richmond, where we've completed now 203 laps, so we're past halfway. Jeff Burton was the leader at the halfway point, and 7 times the leader at the halfway point has gone on to victory. There is Jeff Gordon, who runs 2nd, a little more than 3/4 of a second behind Jeff Burton.
Jimmy Spencer a lap down. I've never seen a 42 car. Joe Nemechek, Bell South car, in 3rd spot. Dale Jarrett's Ford Quality Care car will run in 4th spot.
He's running in the 5th spot in the car number 7. And Ernie Irvin 7 moved up to 6th. Evelyn fourth.
Kenny Schrader's a lap down in the Stoll car. We see Jeremy Mayfield in 7th spot. Kmart Ford running well this afternoon. The Rusty Wallace right behind him. Who once again spun earlier on. He's in 8th spot. And we'll look right behind him. Miller Lite 40. We'll see Ted Musgrave. There he is. Family Channel trying to start forward. And as we look from Musgrave's car forward to Rusty Wallace, the 8th place car.
When I used to score cars, I used to have the scorecard for NASCAR, and I also used to keep my own scorecard, which was in triplicate. And I'd keep a copy. I'd give one to the driver, and I'd give one to the team manager, whoever that might have been, owner or whatever. It would be Geoff Bodine and Tim Brewer. And at Lakes, it would be, I'd keep one and I'd give one to Lake because he was both the owner and the driver. But yeah, I would do that as well. It was my little extra thing I did for the team. Because if I just wrote down the NASCAR one and walk away, I got nothing to show the team what I wrote. So I would always do the NASCAR sheet, and I'd do our own team sheet that was in triplicate. Just something I did.
Laps in the Budweiser Chevrolet, so he's not in too much danger right now of going another lap down. He is running in 14th position. One of the 15 cars on the lead lap.
He started running a higher line around the racetrack, all on both corners, and it's worked for him. He's able to pull away from the leader and Terry Labonte.
Now the last car on the lead lap is Terry Labonte in the Kellogg Chevrolet number 5.
We saw that graphic earlier that Jeff Burton had the first 5 fastest speeds. Right now, Terry Labonte and Ricky Craven have moved into the fastest laps. Labonte and Craven both on lap 181 ran over 120 miles per hour.
That was right after the restart of this race. They had new tires on. They jumped out in front of Jeff Burton and have stayed up there.
And one reason new tires, as Ned talked about, and the air getting a little bit cooler, a little bit heavier, therefore the cars make a little bit more horsepower. But now, as those tires are getting worn, Jeff Burton's car showing that he's a little superior to these cars. Want to put Labonte, try his best to put Labonte a lap down.
Well, Terry had to run awfully hard, had to abuse his tires to stay out there, where Jeff Burton has been able to run pretty smooth and save his tires as much as possible. But now it's beginning to tell.
And Labonte moved up when Jeff Burton went in the corner under, he moved up and let him go by and discovered that high groove is working pretty good. Yeah. Watch as he pulls away from Burton a car length. That's the groove that I was talking about that Ricky Craven was running. Dale Jarrett caught up with Joe Nemechek. This will be a battle for 3rd spot. It is a battle for 3rd spot, I should say.
To the inside of Joe. Nemechek has had a great race so far, staying in there in 3rd.
When they lit the track at Richmond, it was almost as famous as when they lit the, hold on a minute, when they lit Bristol. Hold on. I got to take a call.
There's Jimmy Spencer right in front of him. Jimmy has been very fast there for a while, but his car sort of leveled out now. He apparently abused his tires a little bit as he passed both Jarrett and Nemechek. But he is a lap down. He's the first car that is a lap down. He's in 16th position.
Field summary shows you that Dale Earnhardt, who made a charge from his 22nd starting position early in the race, now a lap down in 17th.
Jeff Gordon is closing in slowly on Jeff Burton.
And Jarrett's closing in ever so slowly on the 42 car of Nemechek.
as shown off the track, and one car officially out. That is Robbie Gordon.
Charlie Marlin had a transmission problem in the garage replacement. He started so close, man. It's just so difficult to pass. They all run almost the same speed.
They did. They qualified almost the same speed. We mentioned at the top of the show that just a fraction over a third of a second separated the fastest qualifier from the slowest qualifier to make this field. Geoff Burton looking on the inside once again of Terry Labonte as they head down into turn one. And boy, he's getting those brake rotors heated up now, Benny. He's having to use them pretty heavy now as he tries to pass the Terry Labonte car. Jerry Putch?
Well, Ned, you could read my mind. A lot of teams out here are pointing to that 99 when he comes by. We're going to try to give you a shot. If we can catch the left front brake is absolutely ablaze when he comes by, trying to get by the 5 car. Here he comes again. Look at the left front brake. The flame coming out. The brakes are red hot on the X-side forward. That means he is really using them trying to get by Terry Labonte.
And the interval now is just about a car length and a half between the leader Geoff Burton and second place Jeff Gordon. We'll take another break and be right back to Richmond International Raceway. Lead cars in heavy traffic once again. They have put Ricky Craven and Terry Labonte down a lap, and now they look toward Michael Waltrip, and up ahead is Mike Skinner as Bobby Labonte is in the pits.
Got some major problems for the Interstate Batteries Pontiac. John Kernan?
Well, Bobby had radioed in about 20 laps ago that he thought either the alternator or the battery was going bad, so they've had to come in and change batteries. The belts were on the alternator, but the crew telling me that it was a problem with the alternator, so not charging the battery. So I guess they're lucky the battery lasted as long as it did.
Got his Baltimore Colts helmet on.
I beg your pardon?
Is that the Indianapolis?
That's the Indianapolis Colts, Mr. Parsons. Man, oh man.
I thought I'd get a rise out of you Indianapolis Colts for that.
Cow.
I know it's the Baltimore Ravens. I know that. Pull your leg, okay?
That hurt, though. Take a look at the Busch race recap. Geoff Burton has led 129 of the first 230 laps. We've had 6 lead changes, 3 caution periods, totaling 16 laps. The average speed is almost 106 miles an hour. Those who have picked up 5 bonus points for leading a lap: Burton, Elliott, Hamilton, Irwin, and Speed. And also Mark Martin, who has led just 1 lap. We have, as far as out of race, only 1, Robbie Gordon, and we don't have anybody that is now off the track.
Right on the back bumper of Geoff Burton. We'll keep the camera there and watch all the cars go by. So take a look and see where your favorite guy is. Bobby Labonte goes by. He's back. There's the 23 car. Bodine goes by. Kyle Petty. And we're back to the lead as they go by Hutchinson in the Circuit City car.
Putting him 3 laps down. He's in 28th spot.
Here's another car that stopped, and he's motioning to tell the 24 car that he's going to the pits. So everybody slow down, and I'm heading for the pits.
He has been out of sequence all night on pit stops, coming in a good bit earlier than anybody else. And Ernie Urban slowing down.
He's up against the wall. It looks like he has made contact with the wall.
He had a lot of damage already to the right side, and it looks like the right front tire is flat, Benny.
Yes. Some heavy smoke coming off that right front. Now it's completely flat. He's trying to get to the bottom of the racetrack. He will, but can he get back to the pits?
Oh, what a tough break for Ernie. He's come from way back and gotten back up into the top 10, but now got a long way to go to get back to the pits and could do a lot of damage to that right front with that tire, all that rubber coming off and slapping around up there on lines and everything else.
tire changer, Bill.
And Bob, that's good news. Robbie Hancock has been released from the infield care unit. They say there's no bruising, no damage, no fracture. They actually cleared him to change tires, but instead, Robert Yates sent him back to the transporter to rest. They've gotten a tire changer from the 27 team, Kenny Irwin's team. Of course, a lot of interplay between that team and the Yates team. Right now, Ernie Irvin limps to a stop here on pit road. They had to lift the car to get the jack underneath. They jack up the right side. They'll change the right side tires. They've got a hammer there to use to try and bang the sheet metal away. First, they reach in to try and knock some of that shredded rubber out from the wheel well. Around to the left side, they will change 4 tires, going to the left rear and the left front. Old tires off, tightening the lugs now. Ernie Irvin sits here, painfully long stop under the green. Top it off with fuel, waiting on the left rear. Now Ernie's on his way, right side damage, 4 fresh tires, but he lost very, very valuable track position.
Ernie made his first NASCAR Winston Cup start here 10 years ago tonight.
Well, let's see what did happen. It's up awfully close to the wall there, but that looks okay. And there, the tire went flat, and he slides it sideways up. I don't believe he hit the wall, Benny.
I don't
Boy,
believe he
kept
did
it
either.
off. Great job of driving after that right front tire went flat, and you can see it is flat there right now.
Wow. And we see that Geoff Bodine, the 7th car, has gotten by Nemechek in the 42 car and moved into the 4th spot.
And Nemechek tried to get back by him, but he almost lost it. Jimmy Spencer has lost the luster on his Ford. He was fast there for a while, but the tires have worn, and he heated them up. Slipping and sliding.
Wow, there is the tire that came off of Ernie Irvin's car. Ernie's back in the race, though. He's fighting back now from 29th position, 3 laps down. We'll be right back.
This is Bob Barsha. 2 men have a shot at the PPG Cup and the $1 million bonus that goes with it. Alex Zanardi and Gilles DeFerrin will be in the field for the Toyota Grand Prix of Monterey featuring the Texaco 300. Join us at 3 p.m. tomorrow on ESPN.
Well, Alex Zanardi did not win the CART PPG title last week. In fact, was fined and put on probation for rough driving, but he could clinch the title tomorrow, so we'll see. There's Jeff Burton on the right of your screen. He's the leader of our NASCAR Winston Cup race here tonight. And you can visit the NASCAR website at www.nascar.com and find out all kinds of things. The graphic display the top 5 cars as they cross the finish line, showing their relative proximity to the leader. Plus, monitoring the intervals between each of the top 5 cars and the leader. Just one of the many things that you'll find on NASCAR online.
And Rusty Wallace saw some smoke out of that big dogfight, but and the leader in traffic trying to get by the Brett Bodine car. Put him another lap down.
Brett Bodine is in 22nd position, 2 laps down now.
Looked like he had a close call as he came off the corner,
so to speak.
Come off the corner, and yes, little contact between the 2 cars, but nothing more than you would expect on a short track on a Saturday night. Got a pretty good run going tonight. Running pretty decent. Again, he's a couple of laps down, but he's keeping up the lead pretty good.
A lot of green flag laps here tonight, which has caused a lot of cars to go a lap down, even though they're not far off the pace.
Gordon, 2nd place. The 22 and 27 are battling for 9th spots. Ward Burton and Kenny Irwin.
Been battling for the last 20 laps. We see Irwin dive down to the inside. Burton moves up the racetrack, gets that momentum off the corner.
Well, the kid has stayed on the lead lap so far and done a fine job.
Yes, he has. Kenny Irwin in the 27 car. His very first NASCAR Winston Cup race. Start on the outside pole. We're talking about the 27 car. And he's made a great account of himself tonight.
An open wheel driver, and of course also drives in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series.
Walker has made a pit stop.
He has 2 wins this year in the Truck Series and finished 4th here in Friday night's race. Jerry Punch.
You know, Kenny Irwin doesn't have a lot of experience, but some guys in his crew do. We're talking about Robert Shorty Edwards, who spent about 3 decades with Junior Johnson, along with drivers like Bobby Allison, Kel Yarborough, Darrell Walsh, Terry Labonte. You get the idea. Well, what Shorty did before the race is he talked to his young driver. He said, now listen, Kenny, he said, don't be intimidated here tonight. Don't be foolish. He said, you got to earn their respect sometime, so you might as well start tonight.
Got by Ward Burton, moved into that 9th spot. One car, the R&L Pontiac, that's Lance Hooper, the NASCAR Winston West champion in 1996. Oh, and he got hung. Kenny Irwin got hung behind the 1 car, and Ward Burton gets back behind.
I worked so hard to get that position. And Joe Nemechek is headed for the pit. He has really started slipping and sliding all over the racetrack, Jerry, so he needs some new rubber on that car.
Exactly, Ned. He had just commented a moment ago, I am loose, big loose. The 2 words he said, big loose. Now he brings the Bell South Chevrolet, which they have nicknamed Nightmare. This weekend they had the brand new race car. And again, they come in, will change right side tires, 2 tires right side, now to the left side. Jack's coming around, they get it full of fuel. 1 can of fuel in. Trouble now, they're going to make a chassis adjustment on the track bar. Actually, they're going to have some bite in the left rear. They probably have 1 round, 2 rounds of bite. Left rear tire on, and he is down and away at 24 seconds even.
Oh, Bobby Labonte with those fresh tires. Just by Dick Triple, he closed in right on the back bumper of the leader, and Burton goes high on the racetrack, and Labonte closed in right on the back bumper. Once again, evidence how much better cars run with that fresh rubber on them.
Yeah, he's 7 laps down. They had to change the alternator on the Interstate Battery car, but he's going fast now.
And we expect more pit stops to happen very soon. Dale Earnhardt has just made a pit stop. He's gone back out there. So we'll take a break here and be back in just a moment for more NASCAR Winston Cup racing. Look down at the more than 100,000 people that have gathered here tonight. That's a Richmond International Raceway record and a record for a sporting event in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Stay tuned for Sports Center coming up right after our race here tonight. They'll catch you up on everything that's going on in the world of baseball, college football, and tennis. Sports Center up next after the Exide NASCAR Select Batteries 400, which is 266 laps old.
And Jeff Burton still continues to lead in the Exide Batteries Ford. Jeff Gordon is in 2nd spot.
And he's not running near as fast as Burton is right now. He's losing ground to him and also to the 3rd and 4th place cars of Dale Jarrett and Geoff Bodine. Bodine has caught Jarrett, so he's really on the move.
There's our leader, Jeff Burton. He enjoys over a 3.5-second lead. Steve Grissom, the 41 car, the Kodiak car, just made a pit stop and watch those fresh tires go by. We'll go back, and there's Jimmy Spencer also made a pit stop with fresh tires. Jeff Gordon, the 2nd place car. And this time, almost 4 seconds behind the leader, Jeff Burton.
He is really struggling coming off turn 2 in particular. You see Geoff Bodine has passed Dale Jarrett, taken over 3rd, and right here is where Bodine is making up a lot of time coming off of turn 2.
Earnhardt and Tim Schrader both have made pit stops, and those fresh tires, once again, clearly better than those tires that are worn.
I was wrong there. It was turn 4 they were coming off of, but Gordon is losing some time. Earnhardt with those fresh tires, and also the 33 car Kenny Schrader was in not too long ago. He has fresh tires.
Boy, they are battling for position, though. They're battling for the 22nd spot, Earnhardt and Schrader.
Geoff Bodine, the 7th car, getting closer and closer to Jeff Gordon. There we see just a couple of car lengths back. pit stop at Kellogg Chevrolet. There he is going back on the racetrack.
And here's Bodine coming up. He's going to try a look on the outside, but couldn't do it there. Let's see. Now he tries it on the outside once again. Gordon gives him running room up there. He's come off by the start-finish line off turn 4, and Geoff Bodine takes over second.
In the last 6 races, Geoff Bodine has averaged a 10th place finish. That team is sorting things out. Jerry, seems like the 24 to 99 are staying out there. How come?
Well, Bob, they've been saying we can go about 100 laps on tires. They last pitted on lap 173, which means 100 laps will put them coming in at lap 273, which is exactly right now. But they're not going to come because if you calculate the fuel mileage, if they can go to lap 280, Jeff Gordon can make it the rest of the way, and so could the 99 car. But then again, who would have the best tires at final 120 laps? But you got to at least make them stay out there and have a shot at making it with fuel mileage. So right now, they're going to go about another 5 to 7 to 10 laps, and then pit for what would be their final stop if it would have come down to fuel.
So check this out, Rusty Wallace. In 4th spot, moves up. He's going to take over 3rd spot from Jeff Gordon and does it. Well, I spoke too soon, didn't I?
Well, here comes Ricky Rudd with new tires on 3 abreast going into the corner. Somebody's got to give. And Jeff Gordon does.
Jeff Gordon, let me add the NASCAR Winston Cup points leader game.
Yes.
Dale Jarrett is closing the back of Jeff Gordon. But there again, as Jerry Punch reported, sure Jeff Gordon needs to go in. He needs to get tires. But as he said, Jerry said he needs to get lap 280. And he's going to stay out there. He's going to stay out there until he gets to that 280, no matter how slow he goes.
Well, he was the slowest of the top 6 on that last lap, down to 110 miles an hour. And Rusty Wallace is the fastest of all of them. And boy, this battle between Ward Burton and car number 22 and 27 of Kenny Irwin Jr. still rages. Looks like Irwin might have him once again. Well, I don't know. Burton comes back up on the outside. Now, Irwin does get the spot. It looks like the 88 car is headed for the pits.
John Kernan.
Dale Jarrett dropping back to 5th place now. He comes in to the pits for a 4-tire change. Add a pound of air pressure to the right rear tire. And also, we expect him to make a chassis adjustment, adding 1 round of spike. Already done that. Now the right side's done. Now goes the chassis wrench goes into that left side. They put the round in. Left side tire is coming off. Going on with the left side. DJ keeping the motor revved up in a really quick pit stop. 19.9 seconds.
Jerry goes down pit road. That's really doesn't exceed the speed limit.
Jeff Gordon has just completed the 280th lap, so we'll see Gordon and some others possibly pitting here before long.
And Rusty Wallace moves up. This is a battle for 2nd spot, and puts Rusty in 2nd.
Well, his car is good on long runs. And that's what he needs.
In the last 10 races, Rusty leads all drivers in 4 categories: number of wins, number of top 10s, average finish, and the number of laps led. Jeff Gordon is 2nd in the number of laps led category, but there is quite a difference between Rusty and Jeff.
Kenny Irwin now headed for the pits. Jerry Punt.
All right, 28-year-old Kenny Irwin coming down. They expect to put 4 tires on his Ford, the winner circle through. And they will put right side and left side tires on his car. And meanwhile, they have gotten to lap 280, and now Ray Evernham will call Jeff Gordon down pit road. Right side tires have already gone on the Kenny Irwin car as Gordon comes in and brings the DuPont Chevrolet to a halt. They have not planned any major adjustment. They will clean the windshield, change right and left side tires on Gordon. They had to get at least a lap 280 to 283. It is lap 283 right now. Left side tires going on. Just behind him, the car number 99 is in. That is Jeff Burton. As
right side tires on. Now they'll swing around to the left side. Smooth pit stop so far. Left front on. Left rear going on. Fuel going in. Left rear tire gets away briefly. The hood is up from Mark Martin from behind. The Burton's away. John Turner. Geoff Bodine is in for a 4-tire change in fuel. We don't expect any chassis adjustments. They're already done with the right side. Back around to the left side. Mark Martin got the hood up. Now Geoff Bodine's crew is done with their work and away. And the pit stops continue here on pit road. Mark Martin has pulled away. Rusty Wallace is about to slide into his stall here with 285 laps on the board. They're very convinced they have a good car despite the early problems in that spin he had in final practice. Right side tires going on the Miller Lite board. Robin Pemberton's crew chief overseeing the pit stop. Now they swing around to the left side. Fuel going in. Now the left front, left rear, tightening the lug nuts. Waiting on the left front. 20.8. Rusty's back onto the track.
Geoff Bodine goes by. He will take the spot away.
And guys, after all of these pit stops have been made, guess who's going to be leading?
Joe Nemechek.
Joe Nemechek, because he stopped a long time ago.
Now watch this pit stop by Frankie Stoddard. Frankie Stoddard, the left front tire changer. And watch this. The tire's rolling out. And he thought he was going to run into his car. And look, he dived there to that tire to keep it from hitting his car.
Little extra effort there. So Jeff Burton is going to be second, but Joe Nemechek is going to be the leader of this race.
He made his pit stop early and was running a lot faster out there on the racetrack than the others, and that let him gain that much time, but they'll be able to gain good on him now. In fact, they're picking up over a half a second a lap on him right now because his tires are now beginning to heat up. He's got about 20 laps on them.
He has a 7-second lead on Jeff Burton, but he stopped on lap 2:56. And if you said this, he had the advantage of 25 laps running with those new tires.
112 laps remain in this race as 288 have been completed. Nemechek, Jeff Burton, Dale Jarrett, Jeff Gordon, and Geoff Bodine, the top 5. Joe Nemechek leads the Exide NASCAR Select Batteries 400, leading his first laps here at Richmond International Raceway in 8 events.
Now, Benny mentioned right before we went to break that he had a 7-second lead. It's down now to 4.44 because they are picking up almost a half a second a lap. Jeff Burton is, who is running in second place.
The oil pump belt brought Mark Martin in, cost him laps, and he's now in 25th position. So if NASCAR points were awarded right now, Jeff Gordon would have a 92-point advantage on Mark Martin. Bill Weber.
And Bob, what happened there, the power steering belt came off on Mark Martin's car, and when it left, it decided to take the oil pump belt with it. So they came in during that pit stop, they got the oil pump belt back on, but not the power steering belt.
Well, that little guy's going to use all of his muscles tonight to wrestle that car for the next 120 laps.
You're seeing showing 25th now, 2 laps down.
Points if they were awarded now. Martin 92 behind. Jarrett would stay in third. Jeff Burton would move up 1 to 4th, and Terry Labonte down 1 position to 5th. As far as the second 5 are concerned, the 6th, 7th, and 8th would stay the same. Musgrave would move up a spot, and so would Jeremy Mayfield into the top 10.
Jeff Burton's going to be close to leading the most laps, isn't he?
Right now he has led 182, so yes, he is already clinched that.
Racing run down the screen. Nemechek, Jeff Burton, Dale Jarrett, Jeff Gordon, Jeff Bodine. What a bunch of Jeffs in that group. Rusty Wallace, Jeremy Mayfield. Great run for Jeremy Mayfield. We'll see Bobby Hamilton back in the lead out. Musgrave and Ward Burton. The 11th place car will be the 27 of Kenny
pressure tires then does the 42. So he's able to move on around. Pressure tires by some 20 to 25 laps. There you see the speeds there in the 99 of Geoff Burton, over 118 miles an hour. Of course, he has about 25 lap pressure tires then does Joe Nemechek. Makes a world of difference. And he is mowing that lead down.
Well, all this traffic he started right. It's going to take Geoff Burton several laps to ease his way through this traffic. Last time we saw 117.9. We'll see what he does this time. 116.6. So he lost 1.3 miles per hour as he tries to get through this traffic. And he will run the same speed, no faster than that the next lap.
Jeff Green there in the 29 car celebrating his 35th birthday today. Back in 34 spot, 5 laps down.
Jarrett that time was faster than the 99 car. The car back in 3rd spot.
But Jarrett was out in the racetrack by himself. No one even close to him. So that makes a difference. And Burton in this heavy traffic.
And Rusty Wallace is getting the handle on his car. That time was the 2nd fastest car. So see Jarrett go by. He's the 3rd place car. Jeff Gordon, and here comes, that's Mark Martin, I'm sorry. Here's Rusty Wallace.
Than usual pit stops for that crew.
Looks like they might have made a change on the right side. They might have jerked the rubber out or something on the right side of that car.
Rusty up to 6th spot now. As Joe Nemechek is the leader over Jeff Burton and Dale Jarrett. We'll be right back. Brought to you by Quaker State, the quality your car deserves.
Preparation and organization are the key in NASCAR to getting things done efficiently and in a hurry. Let me show you. There's a manual they use here in the Richard Childress pits. Behind me it says damage repair procedure. Light damage can be repaired on pit road. Remain calm. That's important. Assess the damage. Get a visual inspection, a driver report, and a spotter report. Now, let's go over here. They have transmission replacement. Remain calm. Use heat gloves. Mike asked, use floor jack to put car on stands. Gary and Melvin have 4 jack stands ready, at least 1 full match high. Okay, over here, there may be clutch pump repair. Use heat gloves. Mike asked, use floor jack to put car on stands. Gary G and Melvin have 4 jack stands ready, at least 1 full notch high. Dan G and Jim J remove transmission and cross member. You see, they are so well organized, it's almost like a Broadway play. Every single individual has a part they've memorized. They know exactly what to do under each individual circumstance.
Well, we have a new leader, folks. Jeff Burton has passed Joe Nemechek and gone into the lead. Moments ago, we saw some smoke, however, out of the 99. Can we determine from where it came and what might be the problem?
Watch as he comes down the straightaway. And about right there, you see that puff of smoke?
It almost looks like it came from the exhaust vent, but we haven't seen it since.
We haven't I would think, and I'm just guessing, that he might have broken an inner valve spring. And for just a second, the valve touched the piston, and that's where the smoke came from.
Well, he is losing ground to this 88 car here right now as he's down in the 2nd position with Joe Nemechek. Jarrett was about 3 seconds behind Jeff Burton, but now has moved it to about 1.42 seconds.
If that happened, Ned, I doubt very soon that Jeff Burton would know that he had a problem.
Well, the crew is reporting that he does not have a problem, so, you know, if he wouldn't know it, well, he wouldn't be able to tell them. And although, you know, if he broke a valve spring, though, you'd think that he'd feel it into his head when he heads off the turn, but maybe as slick as the track is now, he might not be able to.
And every valve spring, and it was just a little bit of smoke. I'm not sure he could feel that whatsoever. We'll see. We'll watch this develop and see if the car runs. There's a little bump there, maybe, and he was on the bottom of the racetrack. It could be that the car went down in the fender, the left rear fender touched the tire.
Kenny Irwin there, the 27 car, is back on the lead lap. He was a lap down in 11th, but now is at the tail end of the lead lap.
And Dale Jarrett now is just 1.4 seconds behind the leader, Geoff Burton. Check again as we come by, and it's 1.3 seconds. And Geoff Burton is not closing in on the back of the 27 car. I do believe that he has lost a little bit of power.
Yeah, he's about a mile an hour off the speed of the next three of the top 6 cars. Jerry Punch?
You know, I don't know if it's power or not, but about a lap and a half ago, Buddy Parent hadn't said anything to him about the engine, but what Buddy did say was this, that, Geoff, I got to tell you, on the last stop, you wore the tires down to the cord on the inside. You have got to back off and save these tires. You'll see one car showing a little bit of smoke. Look at the car number 25, Ricky Craven, and he will come down pit road.
Craven was in 15th position, and he has found his pit stall.
Well, that could be what Geoff Burton is doing. Maybe he is just simply conserving tires. I'm told the 25 car was too fast coming down pit road. Here's the official standing in front of the cars.
What in the world was that?
Well, that guy. How's that?
He's standing there, and he'll hold him for 15 seconds as Bill Elliott comes down pit road. Bill has been coming in earlier than most others all night long. Boy, he started out so great, but right now he's 4 laps down before he makes this pit stop in 32nd position.
There must have been a flat tire on the 25 car. They changed 4 tires. He goes back on the racetrack.
Kyle Petty comes out of the pits as well. And Geoff Burton still hasn't been able to put Kenny Irwin Jr. a lap down. He moves on the inside of the 4 car of Sterling Marlin, who is many laps down. He's in 39th, 63 laps down, as a matter of fact. I guess that makes 64 now.
They changed the transmission on the 4 car.
Geoff Burton looking for his 3rd win of 1997. He's already won at Texas and New Hampshire. He leads here in Richmond. Geoff Burton continues to lead, but that interval now back to 2nd place. Dale Jarrett is less than a half second.
And there is Dale Jarrett. There's the leader. You can see just about 10 car lengths between the two.
And meanwhile, Jeff Gordon is catching both of them. Heavy traffic.
And here comes Geoff Gordon. Like you said, Ned, he is now 3 1/3 seconds behind the leader. Geoff Burton trying his best to put the 27 car lap down, and here comes Geoff Gordon this time under 3 seconds behind the leader.
Jeff Bodine has passed Nemechek and gone to 4th. He walks up front in the first 3 cars.
Jimmy Schrader comes down pit road in the Stoll Chevrolet. He is in 16th position. Now it's Jeff Burton trying to put Kenny Irwin a lap down. Irwin in 10th position. Runs up on Bobby Hamilton. Bobby Hamilton is in 9th position. And he's just going to take both of them at once. Well, maybe not.
Irwin hanging in there, but Burton gets the best of him, but puts Kenny a lap down. Now let's go down to Bill Weber.
And just a little over 60 laps left to go in this race. And you know Mark Martin's in about the best physical shape of any driver in this race. But the Roush team has gone and gotten Wally Dallenbach. He is down here in the Roush pit with his helmet on. He is standing by to relieve Mark Martin. They've requested oxygen down here for Mark, if indeed he should get out of the car. Now, team manager Steve Neal had just gotten off the top of the pit box. He just climbed back on top. But a possible relief driver for Mark Martin, who is driving without power steering right now,
Wally Dallenbach.
You see him, and he cannot. There's Dallenbach, and you see that he cannot turn the steering wheel. He's got his hands on the inside of the steering wheel and just goes in the corner and tries his best to turn. He's got his elbow against the steering wheel, trying to press down on it.
Normally that right hand, Benny, would be up on the top of the steering wheel, and you'd be pushing on it up through there. But you're right. He is using every ounce of muscle he has now.
Wow. The guy that is just 25 points back in the NASCAR Winston Cup point standings. A bad, bad night for Mark Martin. He's wearing it back in 16th spot.
2 laps down.
And watch him as he comes off the corner. Thank God for straightaways, he's saying. He goes in the corner. We see he's got his hand under the steering wheel. He goes in, takes his own arm, and tries to turn that steering wheel.
Nemechek comes in for a pit stop, giving up a top 5 position. Jerry's headed toward you.
Well, Bobby had to pit on lap 257 before it was fit. He had to make at least one more stop. This will be his final stop as he comes down pit road. Tony Glover in the Bell South crew. Felix Sabata's own car, 35 miles an hour. And the brake runners are glowing as he comes to a halt. They will clean the windshield, put on 4 fresh tires, top it off with fuel, 1 can, only about a can and a half to go this final, well, less than 70 laps now here. Left side tires going on. They scamper around, and this brake rotor is absolutely glowing. It is bright red on the left front. They pull the jack. He is out of the way at 20.2 seconds on that stop.
I tell you what, guys, if this thing goes green flag the rest of the way, that's not bad strategy.
No, it isn't. It isn't. Now, he's going to be able to gain a lot of time, like he did before on the last pit stop. Now, he said he goes the rest of the race. But how about these other guys? Are they going to have to stop? Probably not for fuel, but they're going to be slipping and sliding near the end of the race.
There's the leader, Geoff Burton. He started this race in 11th position and so far has led 215 of the 341 laps. Our ESPN Speed World cameras are live at Richmond International Raceway in Virginia. And we're being brought to you by Budweiser, the classic American lager. By the owners, managers, and crew who proudly call the McDonald's in your neighborhood my McDonald's. And by ATV Magazine's 1997 ATV of the Year, the Kawasaki Prairie 400 4x4. Geoff Burton enjoying about an 0.8 of a second lead on Dale Jarrett. Geoff Burton finished 4th a year ago, and finished 3rd.
Well, look at that 42 car of Joe Nemechek, Bob. It's just flying now with those new tires on it. Now, he's got to catch the 99 car. He's 2 laps down right now. If he gets the 99 car, he'll be 1 lap down if he gets by, which he should be able to do with those new tires. He's just moving right along. But now, whether he can make up for that much or not, it's not a caution between now and the end of the race. I would really doubt it.
And we see the 23 car, Bobby Hamilton, is losing an engine going in the corner. He's not coming to the pit road.
And he's right in the groove. If that thing is putting down any oil or liquids, that could cause a caution, but let's see. He's staying out there, as you say. And he's right in that bottom groove. Spotters are telling him, hey, he's running on the bottom groove. Don't know if he's putting anything down or not. Now Bobby Hamilton comes into the pit.
He was running in 12th position when the problem occurred.
And Musgrave leaving the pit like that's it. And Bobby Hamilton is coming into you, Jerry.
And Benny, they're going to bring him around behind the wall. Bobby thinks it's probably the rear end that may have gone away. They're going to try to put it up on jack stand and see if maybe it's the gear, or they can just put some more rear end grease in. Robbie Loomis gets the pace car to pull up and move out of the way. And now Bobby brings the SCP Pontiac in and to a halt as a cloud of smoke now and comes from beneath the car. They were going to try to get the car jacked up. Bobby puts the window net down to try to get some air. It's pretty doggone warm. He's just trying to get some fresh air because the entire inside of the car is getting full of smoke.
Well, a tough break for Bobby Hamilton, who had a great run going here tonight.
Started 3rd in tonight's race. Led 2 laps, and now he's behind the wall.
Oh, we got a race for the lead here. Jeff Burton, 99 car, and Dale Jarrett are just car lengths apart.
I think Geoff has been very cautious on that slick racetrack. Jarrett has moved up a lane where Bobby Hamilton was running right down the bottom of the racetrack, Vinny. That second groove is the best place to be right now, it looks like.
There's Jimmy Spencer.
Spencer just came out of the pits not long ago. He passed both of them with new tires on.
Wow. Heavy traffic here as the cars come off the corner.
About 20 laps ago, Dale Jarrett's crew chief Todd Jarrett says, DJ, just be smooth out there. You got to save that right rear tires. He takes a peek on the inside as they head down into turn 1, trying to take the lead away from Jeff Burton. Said, be smooth. Save the right rear tire. It's got to last you to the end of the race. I just asked Todd, is DJ still saving his tires, or have you cut him loose? He looked at me, smiled, and said, no, he's still saving his tires. We're not finished with the way that car's going yet.
Well, you know, we talked a little while ago about Jeff Gordon had closed the gap to within about 3 seconds. Well, he's back now over 5 seconds as these two Fords have pulled away from him.
And here we go. Jarrett's on the inside. Got a great run off, too. There's Ward Burton right in front. I don't know what he's going this mix, but again, side by side. But Burton on the outside gets a run, but Jarrett's not done yet.
Got to be using those tires up there right now. Down on that inside. That'll use those tires up. And Jeff's going to come up on his brother, Ward. Probably pass him on the outside.
And Jeff Burton able to stay in front of the 88 car. Bobby Hamilton out of his car. He's with Jerry Fun.
Bobby, a tough evening for you. What happened?
Looked like it knocked the belt off the rear end pop. Pretty decent car. I think it was good enough for a top 10. The guys did a real good job.
All right, Bobby Hamilton clocked out the SCP Pontiac, and when that belt came off, folks, they put it up on jack stands. It has literally burnt the rear of the car completely up as fluid forced underneath it. What a tough break for a guy who had a great qualifying run.
There you got some cars with new tires on there, the 16 and the 41 has pressure tires. They're trying to pass the leaders. The 41 car of Steve Grissom is where he is right now. He's in 12th place, 2 laps down. And Ted Musgrave, he is in 13th place, 3 laps down, but now about to make it 2 laps down.
So the 41 and 16 racing. Car. Ross Jefferson in the lead lap. Here comes Jarrett on the inside. And believe it or not, Warren Burke is going to get in front of his brother, and he beat his Rogers and cost him the lead.
I don't know what's going to happen. Jarrett hasn't led a lap tonight. He hasn't gotten those 5 bonus points, but if he makes it back to the start-finish line,
Jarrett becomes our 10th leader tonight.
Wow. Dale Jarrett down on the inside. He can't bring that car up the racetrack the way he needs to right there. That's slowing his car down just a little bit.
can't get the angle into the turn that he needs. There he finally did. The Ward gets out of the picture now and lets his brother go at it.
And just a moment ago, coming off turn 2, this is going down the front stretch. We see he and the 28 car Ernie Irvin go in the corner and make some contact. Gordon goes up the racetrack. And I thought coming off 2, he slowed down so much I thought something was wrong. Oh, hello. A little bump, so Ernie, I didn't appreciate that.
So 36 laps remain in this race, and Dale Jarrett has gone into the lead with Jeff Burton now second, and Jeff Gordon is now in third third position, but he's more than 5 1/4 seconds back. We'll be back in just a moment to Richmond.
This is Bob Barsha in Monterey, California. Bobby Rahal says his man Brian Herta is the fastest driver at Laguna Seca Raceway. Find out tomorrow at the Toyota Grand Prix of Monterey, featuring the Texaco 300, 3 p.m. Eastern Time on ESPN.
The kart race tomorrow afternoon, but here tonight we've got to settle the score in this NASCAR Winston Cup event, and we are on record pace. The previous track record 108.499, and right now we're at 108.745 as Jarrett continues to lead.
Goes by Jeremy Mayfield, who's currently running in 6th spot, so now only 5 cars on the lead lap. Those cars within 9 seconds. Rusty Wallace in 5th, 9 seconds behind the leader, Dale Jarrett. By the start finish line, we'll see 6 seconds behind the leader. There comes Geoff Bodine, 4th place car, just over 9 seconds, and Rusty Wallace about 9 1/4 seconds behind. And that's the last car on the lead lap. There you see Rusty Wallace's onboard camera just how far he's got to go to catch Geoff Bodine to move into 4th spot.
Started way back in 23rd spot.
We see that the 11th place car, Ted Musgrave, a couple laps down. And Terry Labonte there in the 10th place car just went 2 laps down.
Lowest starting position of a winner on this 3/4 mile track. Terry Labonte started 24th in the spring race of 1995. As I said, Jarrett started 23rd tonight.
Driving a car that was not among his favorites. It might change if things keep going the way they are right now. That's the car that ran at Martinsville back in the spring. Probably ran the worst of his run all year. And Todd Parrott said we can make that car run. We want to take it to Richmond. From Jeff Burton. Burton's 1.87 seconds behind.
What we told us, Kevin, let the cars go by. You can see what's left remaining running. Actually, there's only 3 cars out of the race. The 40 car of Robbie Gordon, the 46 car of Garlandback, and also the 43 car of Bobby Hamilton. So it didn't pay to have a car in the 40s here tonight, numbered in the 40s.
Last 4 finishes here at Richmond, 2nd, 3rd, and 2/4. He's in the lead tonight, looking for his first victory here at this facility. Back in a moment. Our pole sitter for tonight's race, Bill Elliott. He's been named the 2nd quarter nominee for the NASCAR True Value Man of the Year Award. Sponsoring the award, which awards $50,000. Bill recently served as honorary chairman of the 1st annual Dawson County, Georgia Cancer Society Relay for Life, a fundraiser dedicated to the memory of his nephew, Casey, who passed away last January at the age of 21. So Bill Elliott, nominee for 2nd quarter True Value Man of the Year. Right now is running in 30th position, some 6 laps down, as we take a look at the 2nd place car there of Jeff Burton.
Well, Jeff Burton, talking about him, seems to me his car has gone away from him, Bob. He's having trouble keeping it down on the racetrack and spinning coming off the turn sometimes. Getting a little bit loose and losing ground to the leader.
The only consolation is there are only 13 laps remaining in the race.
And he's got about a 3.5 second lead on Jeff Gordon, who is in 3rd position here, so we don't know if he can hang on and stay out in front of Gordon or not. Bill Weber?
Yeah, Ned, you're right on the money. The pictures tell it
Okay,
all.
guys, I'm back, and I apologize. That was Dad, and we get talking about racing things, and I talk to him. Like, sometimes I'll have him go live, but I didn't want to, like, throw him live at that moment. But, you know, I told him maybe sometime we can. I said, I got people watching me live right now. I said, I don't want to put you on the spot, but maybe another time we could talk live and you get to ask my dad questions or whatever. Or just listen to us talk. We were talking about so many things in '97. He said he was not at this Richmond race. Now, I was at this Richmond race because I was doing timing and scoring for the 7 car. And he was actually asking me about how I got that job and stuff, and we were talking about that because he was doing his race thing and I'm doing my race thing, and he said he didn't happen to go to Richmond, but he went to Charlotte, Phoenix, and Vegas. So those are coming up. Now we also got to go to New Hampshire soon, and I did score for Bodine at New Hampshire as well. Because I remember, I'll never forget getting dropped off in an airport, and we get in the bus, and you expect to go in the front way, and they took us all these squiggly back roads, dirt roads, like the woods. And then boom, we show up outside the backside of the track. So I know I went to New Hampshire with the race day express route. Fly, take a bus back, fly. Wake up in the morning, go to work.
And he's about to make up that lap that I said he might not be able to make on Jeff Gordon, but he hadn't got up to Dale Jarrett yet.
But I've been watching. Wow, 8 to go.
But Joe Nemechek has definitely been running a lot faster than the leader with those fresher
Okay, at the
tires.
line, we're mashing our buttons like a game show host. P4. Whoop, whoop, I pressed that button. 9:52. We're 9 seconds behind or 5 seconds behind the leader. 9 seconds behind the leader.
But trust me, he is winning the war tonight with Mark Martin having all the trouble he's having. I've never seen Mark currently back in 32nd position.
At the line, there is my mash again. It was small. It was a button about this big. It was white, like off-white plastic, like ivory colored on a cord. And it was just a clicker. And that's how y'all got to know at the line.
Jeff Gordon passes Mark Martin.
Mark Martin in 24th position now, 4 laps down.
Wow, he got up there quick, didn't he?
There's Nemechek. We talked about him, so he's getting back in the lead lap. Joe Nemechek in 6th place, getting back on the lead lap.
And this will be Joe Nemechek's best.
6 cars on the lead lap. I mean, my goodness.
Finish was 12th.
400 laps
And that's what Joe Nemechek
on this fast little mile. Well, it's a little less than a mile. It's 3/4.
The 4th place to them or 5th place to them is almost like winning.
Felt bigger than it really is. That's all I can say. Like, sitting inside, I felt as big as Dover. Well, yeah, Dover, Darlington. It kind of felt like that same vibe. But from the infield, it looked a lot wider than it does on TV.
We'll show you how far back the first 3 cars are. There's the 88 car with 2 laps to go.
2 laps to go.
And there's the 2nd place car, Jeff Burt. And there we see Jeff Gordon.
So Dale Jarrett's going to win it. They said who was leading at halfway was the 99, usually always wins, and I guess this broke the code.
Coming up on Darrell Waltrip in the 17 car.
Darrell's in his 50th year? 25th year. 1 lap to go for Dale Jarrett. I think his dad Ned's in the booth, usually.
Big time. Even on the last lap, he's trying his best to push this car back to the line.
And I tried all day to put Race Monitor on live timing and scoring. And for some reason, it gives me this code saying a share code. I can be on 5 devices for my race monitor. And all I wanted to do was bring it up on my PC. And so far, I cannot log in on my PC because I never logged in with a password. I just bought it on my cell phone through the app. So, uh-oh. Now he's got a trailing arm broke. Or the tire broke and broke the trailing arm bolt. Pretty finish line. I loved Victory Lane. I wish they'd bring Victory Lane back. And I know y'all love the burnouts, but that is so toxic, guys. You're going to pay 30 years from now. I've seen too many of us get cancer from not even doing burnouts. Just it's not necessary.
You talk about a driver that just drove until he couldn't drive anymore. What a great effort. He brings his girls in here, and here's Kelly, his wife, and his son.
You know, we all sacrifice being around all the chemicals.
I tell you, Jerry, this crew's pretty awesome. We couldn't get this car hardly going all week,
but we do it for the love of it and the fun.
And they worked hard and had great
Let me get something else up because this is about to end. I'm not going to stay on long, but I want to catch up on my Twitters or whatever.
Texaco, Plastico, everybody just does a great job for us, and to win 5 this year.
Share. I'm not sharing, but I'm acting like I'm going to share just to bring up this.
Now you've won 2 in a row. Where'd the pointers come from where you just suddenly felt comfortable?
Well, it's just a matter of working together. And,
oh, God, I saw something in India I didn't want to see.
But just couldn't quite pull it off until these last 2. And,
okay. Practice 1 continues after a brief red flag. Scott Dixon off course. Okay, he didn't wreck. He's just off course. Oh, I hate that stuff. I don't like wrecks. Just so you know.
Certainly he is absolutely spent
okay,
tonight.
notifications.
Unfortunately, our commercial ran a little bit. Let him sit in the car and catch his breath so he could come out and we could talk to us. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have been able to get out of the car.
Let me see. Notifications.
39 laps en route to his 13th career win.
Cars Tour. Nothing new. They got the points posted for the prolates.
Dale Jarrett has won, and all evening long we've had overhead shots courtesy of the Pennzoil copter cam.
And
down on the more than 100,000 who are now beginning to file out of Richmond International Raceway. A reminder that Sports Center is coming up in just a few minutes. A chance to get caught up on everything that occurred today in the world of sports, Major League Baseball and college football and everything else. So stay tuned for Sports Center coming up in just a few minutes. Now let's take a look at what happened here on the last lap on the back.
Okay, nothing new.
Tim Musgrave's on board camera.
3:30 on NBC.
Just as after the checkered flag fell, and here's Ted Musgrave coming up on Joe Nemechek, and Nemechek coming up on the #1 car of Lance Hooper. Boom! They make contact.
Nothing new. Nothing new.
The 1 car of Hooper spinning around.
Bill Weber is with Jeff Burton.
Well, Jeff able to laugh.
Flo Racing has Stafford tonight.
You had another great run.
We had a great race car.
USAC Silver Crown.
They caught a lot of hill after Darlington.
And Kyle Larson's doing some Knoxville Nationals.
To be a little bit tighter at the end, and that's what they made it, but it turned out to be a lot looser. Probably should have asked for it to be a lot tighter, and I just misread the track a little bit. I misread it last night, too. I thought it needed to be a little bit looser, and I got tight, so we were doing everything but winning at Richmond.
Okay, well, he won at Loudon, and that's where we're going next. Jeff Burton with a 2nd-place finish for the 2nd week in a row. But the big winner, Dale Jarrett, another short track win. More from Richmond after this timeout.
Is there a delay?
The following is a special presentation.
I'll stop that one because that's New Hampshire. We'll do that one next. So I was just looking for the NASCAR.com Google's gotten stupid. NASCAR Glen qualifying order. Alright, NASCAR is live. Live leaderboard. We got truck qualifying or truck racing. Alright. We do have this. Okay, 25 laps led. Corey Haim. Connor Zilich is fourth. I expect him to probably do really well. He's got the road course experience. He started there before he ever went to Cup. You can actually turn on NRN radio right here. I'm not going to do it because they'll copyright me and like take away my birthday. But 28 laps of 72. You can always watch it here and press this right up in the corner. This is NASCAR.com live results. So that's how I watch races if I don't have it on my TV. My son's got it on in the other room, but I'm lazy. I don't like to be in there because I like my bed and I like my space. He's a grown man. I'm a grown woman. We got our own space. But anyway, that's what's going on. If, let's see. If y'all will stick around, I'll read out. His house is fishing. Oh my God. He won't know I rate him, but I'm going to rate him anyway. This is the coolest dude ever for gaming. Excellent driver. iRacing driver. Oh, he's not fishing no more. He was looking at his fishing. He's playing DayZ. Sorry guys, but we're going there. It's not racing, but he does race, and he's good at it. Alrighty, let me get all this. Bye, guys. Love you.